Goeiedag, afternoon, molweni, dumelang, abseni. Can we try to move down? Please, let's try to, it also assists us on the table when we share to identify hands and so on. Oh, bless me now, my Savior. I come to bless me now. Oh, bless me now. Oh, bless me now. Come to bless me now. Oh, bless me now. Oh, bless me now. Come to, Lord, I need you. I need you. Oh, I need you. Every hour I need you. Oh, bless me now. Oh, bless me now. Anyone to pray for us? I need you. I need you. Oh, I need you. Every hour I need you. Oh, bless me now. Oh, bless me now. What happened to the mic now? Oh, okay, no, it's fine. Doesn't matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to gather together under one name. Thank you for your privilege, Lord, to come and lead and guide these proceedings. I ask your blessing on each of the members, on each of the attendees. Lord, that you would give us your calm wisdom, that you'd give us the opportunity to understand one another, that we'd be able to reach one another with truth and with love and in your mercy. I thank you for the time and the opportunity. God bless these proceedings. Jesus, you have your way in this place. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There are still more chairs this side. Oh, okay. Molweni Woolsley. Woolsley. Molweni Woolsley. Molweni Woolsley. Dumelang ko Woolsley. Dumelang ko Woolsley. Let me welcome you. We do not have somebody from the municipality to welcome us here. So let me welcome all. Are you there? Oh, come. You are supposed to be here with us. So- They did not tell Llewellyn. They did not tell me that. I said the mayor of the speaker. I said the mayor. Let Danny from Mechaseni. Mayor Smith. Hoe gaan het, Mayor? Dank je. Kom, hier zo, Mayor. Hier, langs mij. Ja, dank je. Ons zal nou voor de Mayor gee, laat hij voor ons. Sine, ik praat al Italië. Laat hij voor ons a word of welcome, Mark. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege for me to be here today. Thanks for inviting me. Good morning, everybody. My name is Henny Smith. I'm the executive mayor of Witzenberg, and I'm very blessed to be here today. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome our extreme guest, the parliamentary delegation, chairperson of the portfolio on basic education, councillors and representatives from Cape Winelands District Municipality, representatives from the Department of Basic Education, as well as the fellow councillors and colleagues of Witzenberg Municipality. A very warm welcome from the Witzenberg. If I may, I would like to give you a short snip on the Witzenberg District Municipality. It's a municipality with great investment potential. Witzenberg prestige landscape consists of Ceres, Prince Alfred Hamlet, Tulbagh, Gunduli, Bella Vista, and op die berg. Development and attraction in our areas can largely be to the tourism and agriculture. Ma'am, in 2001, our agriculture sector was valued at around 11.6 billion rand. Employment, 59,000 people, 6% of people being employed in manufacturing. Our GDRP growth rate was also around 5.3% this year. On the flip side of the coin, we are the 5th largest municipality in the province, and this is very important. And I'm saying, ma'am, this is actually what I'm here for you to show my graduate. the fifth largest municipality in the province with the largest population growth rate of 2.2%. The district also had the lowest matric pass rate amongst our neighbor municipalities, with the second lowest retention rate. The rate in our region is very, very low. So this, among other reasons, is why we valued and appreciate the commissioner being here in our area today. At the present, our situation in our region might appear dearly, but we hold on into hope that the outcome of this amendment will be a favorable one and will have a positive effect on the level of basic education. In the Witzenberg, we hold onto the hope of a positive and an optimistic heart. Thank you very much for being here and a very warm welcome in our beautiful area. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Do you still want to say something?
I've got another engagement. That's okay with you.
No, it's fine. Is it Omian?
Say it.
Is it Omian?
Yeah.
Baie dankie oom Henny. Ons noem maar soms so. Oom Henny Smith, it's nice to see. Actually, in the ANC, we are saying we want old people like this one to. It's nice to have a mayor of this age. Thank you very much, Omeni. Now I'm going to allow members to introduce themselves.
Thank you, Chair. Goeiemiddag, mense van Woolsley. Is dit Woolsley? Sê ons dit reg. My naam is Marina van Sail en ek is 'n lid van die parlement. Ek is ook op die basiese onderwyskomitee, verkies na hierdie komitee deur die Demokratiese Alliansie. Baie dankie vir almal wat uitgekom het vandag.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Goeiemiddag. Molweni. My name is Baxolile Nodada. I'm a member of parliament serving in the National Assembly. I am elected to this portfolio committee of basic education and parliament by the Democratic Alliance. Dis baie lekker om hier te wees, maar is koud. Thank you so much.
Goeiemiddag, Woolsley. My naam is Marie Soekers. Ek is 'n lid van die parlement vir die ACDP, African Christian Democratic Party. Dankie.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ronnie, and my father's name is Murwatseta. Deployed into the 6th Parliament in 2019 by the African National Congress, and further deployed into this all-important portfolio committee on basic education at the chief whip of the majority party, Mama Pemi Majority. My home is Limpopo, in the town of Tzaneen. Thank you very much.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Bafuze Yabo. You can add honorable before the name. It's still okay. I am from Gauteng, from the city of Tshwane, the capital city of South Africa. I'm a member of Parliament, National Assembly. I am a member of this Portfolio Committee on Basic Education, and I'm deployed to Parliament by the oldest liberation movement on the continent of Africa, the African National Congress. Thank you very much.
Dumela. Ninjani. Good afternoon. Goeiemiddag. Yeah, middag. I think it's safe to say that Mayor, the people of your town might only be here by the body, but the greeting is not yet here. My name is Tebogo Litsie. I am a member of the 6th Parliament, deployed in the Portfolio Committee of Basic Education. I come from Gauteng, and I am deployed to Parliament by the African National Congress, the ANC. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. So these are the members of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education. The mayor was asking me to apologize to you that he's got another commitment to attend to. So when you see him vanishing, you must understand that despite biasa. So he's got other things to take care of. Let me call DBE to come and give us their presentation. They are doing this because we are carrying this bill on their behalf to communities. It's their bill. So over to you, Tatun Lebe. Immediately when he's done, we are going to give Honorable Yabo to proceed with the chairing of this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is James Sindlebe. I'm the Chief Director from the Department of Basic Education in Pretoria. This is the department that is responsible for the draft bill that you have in your hands. And we thought, let's quickly go through some of the aspects that you find in the bill and indicate that the bill seeks to amend certain sections that are found in the South African Schools Act, which was published in 1986. From 86 until today, there has been a lot of changes in the country. There's been a lot of developments. There has been challenges even in the courts of law where the courts have ruled on certain aspects of the South African Schools Act. So we thought as a basic education, we need to move with the time and propose certain changes. Now, the Department of Education through the minister may not be able to effect changes unless Parliament approves those changes and turn them into a law. And Parliament cannot do that unless it has consulted the public. So you've got a bill in your hand, which has about 56 clauses where we are suggesting some changes in them. I just want to mention a few of them because out of the 56, not all of them are debated. They are just accepted as they are by members of the public. And that is why members of the public will raise certain issues. So our experience is, let's focus on the most important ones for now. The first one that I want to refer to is a section that deals with grade R. You are aware that as a parent, as members of the public, you used to school your own grade Rs by funding them, taking them into creches. But since the president has announced that ECD needs to be taken from the Department of Social Development into the Department of Basic Education, we're now preparing to accept grade R as part and parcel of the schooling system, so that we now define our schools as grade R to 12 and no longer 1 to 12. The challenge that we had was that we were unable to fund grade R. We were unable to even appoint teachers and pay them through government because that grade R was not part and parcel of the establishment of our South African schooling system. So that's what we have in the bill. We're asking that allow us to introduce grade R as a formal schooling sector. You will find in the bill issues of code of conduct for learners, where we used to have a lot of challenges about how they are developed, and we thought they don't go far enough to even define serious misconduct and minor misconduct. Serious misconduct that may be included in the disciplinary hearings conducted by SGBs, where a learner needs to face suspension or expulsion. We were not really deep in it in the South African Schools Act. So this bill is a request that we define misconduct in such a way that it will be easy to deal with issues of violence that we see in schools, serious misconduct that we see in schools. So that's what you're going to get in them. There are issues of corporal punishment, which are contained inside the bill. The corporal punishment that is in the act was just abolishing corporal punishment, but it didn't go deep in defining in details what corporal punishment means. It only focuses on when a teacher hits a child. But there are a lot of emotional issues that surrounds what you can call corporal punishment that affect the child emotionally. The bill begins to define those and list what will not be acceptable and what will be acceptable as punishment. You're going to find in the bill that we're beginning to focus on the disruptions of schools and criminalize those disruptions of school. That when people have fights with their governing bodies and with their principals, sometimes with government and municipalities, the first thing they do is to go and lock the school and refuse entry to children to come to school. We want to put that as a criminal activity that is subjected to law, and people may be subjected to penalties or even imprisonment, just preventing children from going to school deliberately. It is in that act. You'll realize that there has been a law that deals with the merger and closure of schools. When we looked at how this is happening nationally, we realized that there were shortcuts that are taken when a school has to be merged or closed with another one. The bill is beginning to put steps that the government needs to follow, especially when it consults with communities, so that by the time the school is deemed to be small, non-viable, then people know the processes that need to be followed until that merger takes place. For example, what must be in place? You can't merge a school unless you have a place to take the children, you have transport, you have that. So that you will find in the bill listed in there. There are schools that are coming up in government, and these are schools of focus or schools of specializations. You don't find them in SASSA. SASSA only have ordinary public schools and special schools. But these schools of aviation, schools of marine and all that are not covered in SASSA. So the bill is beginning to introduce into the country those schools. So if the bill gets passed, then the SGBs will have the opportunity to determine the curriculum of those schools and have the SGBs that are responsible for those. For example, at the moment, we don't know how the SGBs of these focus schools need to look like. So the bill is beginning to say SGBs need to co-opt people among community members that have expertise in various areas to make these schools function better. That's what you find in there. There are financial issues that are included in the bill. For example, SASSA prescribes that every public school need to provide the department with audited financial statement, the latest by the 30th of June. And that is the only time the department interacts with a school in terms of financial management. But we're beginning to realize that since we have done away with checks, we're seeing the use of debit cards, and we're beginning to see a lot of abuse of those financial systems. And we're requesting that schools need to interact with the department on a quarterly basis by indicating their financial expenditures and how the money has been utilized on a quarterly basis instead of waiting for a year. So those are the changes that we want to bring about. Another controversial one is where the bill is suggesting steps on how to deal with the sale of alcohol in schools. It has been a common practice that well-organized schools will have, during their functions, during the sporting activities, and during other events, have an opportunity for parents to come and support their children play. At the same time, they'll cordon off an area and provide alcohol to those parents that are coming to support the children. But that has not been well managed. The bill is suggesting that should a school want to do that, then there needs to be a process to be followed so that it gets regulated. It's not just a free to all. So this is not about selling a school selling alcohol like you'll find in a shebeen. It's a matter of when you are hosting parents, you need to get permission if you will be selling to those. If you hire out a hall, for example, to outsiders like during the wedding, there needs to be a way of managing what will be happening in that institution. So that's another thing that you're going to get in them. The bill also suggests issues where schools can come together, club together to purchase learning material. We call that central procurement. Sometimes it can be done together with the department. Sometimes it can be done between 2 schools or 3 schools or even more. It's not covered in the Act. So we're putting in something that will allow for schools to deal with these issues. We call them for the benefit of economic of scales. That's what we're trying to request Parliament to do for us. There are other changes that you'll find in the Act that we're proposing. For example, we're proposing that the language policy of a school, which is currently determined by the SGB, should continue to be determined by the SGB, but there must be an HOD that can then come in should that language policy violate some of the positions of the constitutions and the department. I want to club together this language policy with the admission policy, that we're suggesting that the SGB can determine the language policy, but should there be issues of discriminations in terms of race, color, demographics, and so on, then there must be an adjudicator on that basis. So we're suggesting that on those 2 policies, that the SGBs continue as they do, with the hope that there will not be deviation from what the country's constitution determines in terms of discrimination and all that. And should there be, the bill begins to list steps that the HOD must follow to engage with the SGB to rectify any section that may not be in line with the constitution of the country. And then there is an issue around homeschooling. When you look at that, I think it's the longest section in the bill that begins to acknowledge the fact that parents want to homeschool their children. They have reasons to do that in terms of their own religion, in terms of the pace of the learner, in terms of the curriculum they want to offer to the child. That is why they prefer to homeschool. When you look at the bill says it's well and good, continue doing that. As long as the curriculum that you select is not lesser than the curriculum that the country provides. So you need to offer a curriculum that is equivalent with acceptable curriculum all over in the world. So you can continue to do that, but government requests that when you homeschool your child, you need to register that the child is being homeschooled, then we know the child is being homeschooled. At a particular time, as the child progresses, We know you're not following grades, you're following your own curriculum, but there should be at a particular time an independent assessor, somebody outside the department who is qualified, who probably you'll have engaged with, who will then determine and confirm that the child is receiving quality education, and then homeschooling will continue in that order. I thought those are the few things that I wanted to pick up, so that as you guide Parliament on the issues that you have, you're guiding them on the basis of what is contained in the bill and not something outside the bill. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Ntate Ndlebe. I'm going to run through the rules of the House. All right, I prefer that we agree up front on how we are going to run the meeting, and that all rules will apply to everyone without prejudice, without favor, without fear. And the rules are as follows. Each speaker will have exactly 3 minutes to speak. When the time is up, I will indicate very politely that your time is up. Without debate, without wanting to finish off a point, without argument, you are going to say thank you, Chair, and make way back to your seat. Those who are shy of speaking in front of crowds, you have the option of filling in a form instead of speaking on the mic. The forms are with the staff table there. Look to my right, your left. There's a lady holding up forms. If you have brought your own comments, written comments, you just simply transfer them to that form, all right? We will not accept them in the form that you will bring. Just simply get a pen, transfer them to that form, submit it back to the table. You can only submit a form for yourself. Let me repeat that point. You can only submit a form for yourself. You can't submit one for the next person or other people. Just your form, right? Submit it. If you choose the option of submitting a form, don't raise your hand to speak. Your voice will be captured with the form you submit. Are you still with me? All right. Those who speak, do not fill in a form. Your opinion, your voice will be captured on the microphone. This is why we have these cameras, to capture and record you. All right? I will take hands on each block of people. I will take, how many chairs do we have on the floor? We have 10. I will take 10 hands per round. Each person that I choose will have to come and sit on these chairs in the sequence that I pick you. So because I don't want to have an ambiguous system, when I pick you, I'll try and describe you with a dress code, with something that you're wearing, so that we avoid confusion. And if you are seated to a person who has a similar color that you are wearing, I'll find something to differentiate you. But whatever it is that I find, don't worry. Don't worry. All right? So it's going to be like that. And do not try to cross over blocks to get noted, all right? Don't cross over blocks to try and get noted. Let me put it up front. We would have wanted to see all the chairs filled and have this section used as an overflow. But because we realized that residents are comfortable sitting on this block, if it happens that people walk in, there are still plenty chairs in this block. And I'm going to start taking hands from the block. And then I'll move to this block, and then I'll move to the third block. Those are the rules of the House. Let me reiterate, only 3 minutes to speak. When the 3 minutes is up, I will indicate that the 3 minutes is up. And there is only one timekeeper in this hall. It's me. All right? The delegated authority I have is not transferable. It's not delegated further. I'm the only timekeeper. So the only watch that's right is mine. There are interpreters here. Those who may want to speak in Afrikaans, for example, may do so. We will request that one of the interpreters interpret from Afrikaans to English. We would want to believe that English would be a medium that a lot of people would understand. If someone speaks in isiXhosa, there will be an interpreter who will translate from isiXhosa to English. Anyone who speaks in English, we will leave it at that. The assumption is that everyone understands. All right? So the only languages we are going to interpret from that language to English will be Afrikaans and isiXhosa and any other indigenous language. I'm just hoping that no one speaks in Nama, because I don't think we have a Nama translator here. All right. Now, here we go. I'm about to begin. This block, 10 hands. Sir, in the line. Sir, you yourself. Number 2. Number 3, yes. Number 4, ma'am. Number 5, sir, with the glasses on your head, yes. Number 6, sir. Let me see. Let me try and balance the gender. Ma'am, orange, you with a scarf. The next one behind her. The one sitting next to her. The lady with the glasses. How many chairs do we have? Only one remaining. All right. The lady with the gray jacket and the green glove. That's fine. It's fine. Can you move? Can everyone move up one seat? Can everyone move up one seat, Mr. Brown? No, stand on the mic, sir. You stand on the mic. You are about to speak. Everyone move up one seat. And your 3 minutes starts now, sir. Oh. Hang on. I forgot an important thing. in our rules. When you speak, thank you, Chair, for reminding me. When you speak, say your name and your surname, and then state whether you support or you don't support the bill. Now, there are those who argue that they would support certain parts of the bill and they would not support other parts of the bill. We make it simple that you support or not support for record purposes. It's a public participation. We need to make it able for Parliament to record the number of people who do not support the bill and the number of people who support the bill. It makes reporting much easier. When you stand on the fence, it's an administrative nightmare, all right? Because we have to figure out where you are supporting, where you're not supporting. It's a lot of ambiguity there. So when you say, I do not support, and when you say, I support, it makes life much, much easier. Your points will then come through on why you say you don't support or why you say you support, all right? In other provinces, this is now province number 7 that we're doing. In other provinces, people felt like we are being stringent, but it's necessary so that it's clear where you stand, all right? Thank you very much. You may proceed.
Good day, Honorable Chair and members.
Hang on, can I take? I don't understand. Oh, no. Okay, hang on. No, I think I know why. Hang on, sir. So let me just quickly explain this. This is a public participation process of Parliament. So we are officially in a parliamentary seating. We are here to listen to you. So whether you make a comment or you ask a question, we are not going to answer any questions. We are here to listen. It's a listening process. You are going to tell us how you feel about the Basic Education Laws Amendment Bill. Your opinion, your feelings on the bill are going to be captured. They are going to be captured and processed at a later stage. So even if you raise questions, this table will not be answering any questions. If you make statements, we will only be listening. So for the duration of this process, our role is to listen. And that's part of participatory democracy. We talk a lot in Parliament. We have a lot of time to speak. We are going to speak and debate on this as members of Parliament. So don't worry about us responding. Just speak to us. We are here to listen to you. So it's a parliamentary process to listen to the citizens of our country on this specific bill. All right, thank you very much. Proceed. I hope this is the last time we are interrupting you.
Third time lucky. Good day, Honorable Chair, honorable members. I'm going to try that again. I can see what MEC Lesufi is trying to do with this bill. However, I do have a couple of points that I would like to raise, which I find a bit interesting.
Hello, excuse me, sir. Now this interruption is prompted by you. Name, surname. Oh, I support or I do not support.
I apologize.
You
Okay,
brought it
now
up
let's
on
try
yourself.
this again. I'm PJ Plaatjes. I'm from Stellenbosch. I give a resounding nay for the bill. I've got a couple of questions actually, but like the speaker said before, I'm not going to answer any questions. However, I do need to talk about what I have right in front of me. There's so many points that I've got here, but since I only got the allotted time, I'm going to try and keep everything as short as possible. So, first thing, criminalizing parents who do not ensure their child or children are in school with fines or jail time of up to 12 months. To me, that is kind of defeating the purpose, because many parents have situations which we don't know of. Who are we to go and say, but your child needs to be at school? Meanwhile, there's not even a drop of food in that house. That child doesn't even have transport to get to school. So now what happens? You're going to stick him in jail. Really? I don't think that's going to work. We need to have a look at this, go back to the drawing board, and I think actually just remove this. I'm going to go and move on to my next point. Allowing schools to sell alcohol. I'm from a colored community. I see every single day of my life what alcohol is doing to our people, to the kids even. I am the secretary of Stellenbosch Backyard Dwellers Forum. So I work closely with the people every single day and I see what's happening around me. Now, we are trying to safeguard our kids from things like alcohol, drugs, etc., etc. But now we want to allow this in schools. I know you said it's going to be for use out of school, normal school hours. I understand that. But this is a very thin line we're walking on here. For my personal preference would be to just disallow any kind of contraband at schools. Because we struggle every single day with kids doing the wrong things, but that's because they're just following the parents. They're looking at what the parents are doing, and they accept it. So I wouldn't want that ever to happen. I don't want any liquor on any school premise at any given time.
Time's up.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chair, members of Parliament, it's a great honor to be in front of you. I am Anton Miller, and I oppose the bill. In 1976, frustration broke into bloodshed because the government saw fit to meddle in the education of a group of people on how they were to be taught. A language and curriculum were enforced onto them of which they wanted no part of. They have the right to decide for their families, for their children, for their future, but they did not have that right. The government at the time enforced it because they did not uphold any democratic principles. Today, the planned Bella Bill as a whole is threatening our current democracy because it's a bill like this is not for democracy, it is against it. A more important question is then, why does it even exist? This bill, is it for the supposition that we are a nanny state? This bill that threatens to regulate the smallest unit of our community, the family, threatens the community as a whole. If regulation is forced onto that family unit, what value does our democracy have for our community as a whole? A democracy that those children in 1976 fought and died for. I respectfully request that this bill be seriously reconsidered in its entirety. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good day, Honourable Chair and Committee. My name is Milan Foster. I am a home educating father, a husband, a business owner, and a taxpayer. I reject the entire Bella Bill, especially the clauses giving the state veto power over parents, because it amounts to education capture and family capture. The Bella Bill is not about providing access to education or protecting the best interests of a child. The Bella Bill is about the Department of Education wanting to take control of children who already have access to education. The Bella Bill is about attacking those who love and care for children most, parents, by threatening us with jail sentences and invading our homes with assessors. It is a constructive dismissal of home education by making the requirements so expensive, difficult, and intrusive that most parents will be forced to give up. The Bella Bill is about dragging everyone down to the lowest common denominator in the name of equality at all costs. It is about destroying every good thing in education because somewhere someone else does not have access to that good thing. Our children do not belong to the state. We are not the slaves, the subjects, the assets, or the property of the government. The Constitution of South Africa protects the rights of parents and children to privacy, to freedom of thought, freedom of expression, freedom of religion, and freedom of vocation. These freedoms directly translate into the education of our children. Families have the God-given and constitutionally protected freedom to pass on our beliefs to the next generation through the education of our children. It is not the prerogative of the state to take over families, sweep parents off the table, assume veto power to add any home education requirement at its sole discretion, or to decide who may teach their own children and who may not. We will not surrender our children to the government. We, the people of South Africa, are not going back to an apartheid-style regime where we require a government pass to exercise our fundamental human rights. No one can claim to protect children while their default position is to attack parents. If Parliament is serious about the Constitution, about protecting a child's best interest and right to education, then pass bills that assist and support parents and families, that provide children with resources, opportunities, and access to education. Do not pass bills that attack parents, invade families, seize control of people's lives, cancel our constitutional freedoms, drag everyone down to the lowest common denominator, and then turn around and say all of that is being done because you are concerned about a child's right to education. Thank you.
Good day, honourable members. My name is Tracy Nuru. I am a home educating parent and I reject Clause 37 and Clause 41 of the Bella Bill. I have been home educating my children since 2008. My oldest is now 20 years old and my youngest is 15. Before I began home educating my children, I worked in a variety of public and private schools as an occupational therapist and a facilitator. I have the greatest respect for educators, and I appreciate that the intention of the Bella Bill is to make sure that every child in South Africa receives the best education possible. However, I believe that those who worked on the bill did not do enough research on home education and therefore failed to properly understand home education. This is evident in the regulations that are in the Bella Bill today. I reject the requirement that parents apply to register their children for home education and that permission must be granted by the head of department for the child to be home educated. I do understand the need to make sure that every child is receiving an education, but I suggest that parents should be allowed to simply notify the department that the child is being educated at home. They should not need to apply for permission to do so. I reject the requirement that learners be assessed annually by an outside assessor. This is a waste of time and resources and is not in the best interest of the child. Home education is very different to education in a school environment, and learners cannot be assessed in the same way. 2 of my own children have learning challenges, and we chose different curricula to help meet those challenges. If they had been assessed against the national curriculum standard, it would have made learning impossible. My 2 old children started writing their first exams at the age of 17 and achieved A's and B's in the IGCSE. It was not necessary to formally assess them every year because it was clear to me where they were making progress and where they were struggling, and we were able to address those areas. There are many other issues with the section on home education, and I urge this committee to research home education more thoroughly and to consult with more home educators in order to better understand these issues. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jean Jordan. I am a homeschooling father, and I would like to say that we strongly reject the Bella Bill, and especially Clause 37, relating to home education and proposed requirements. So we as a family decided to start homeschooling about 8 years ago, after I had first-hand experience of what it was like on a governing body of a school. During my term as governing, I realized that this one-size-fits-all approach in the traditional schooling system does not and cannot cater for the unique needs of each and every individual child. Sitting on the governing body, we were often faced with teachers not being able to cope with children with unique learning approaches, and we even had to ask parents to please consider taking their children to a specialist and consider medication so that little Johnny or Susie could be made to fit in. Now, it was then when we made a decision that home education was before somebody else was going to tell us how to teach our child, and we made the decision. So home education has given us as parents the ability to find a curriculum that suits the needs of our children and encourages them to think practically and problem solve, instead of the traditional form of rogue learning where all you've got to try and do is remember enough that when you get to pass the test, you can continue, you get a tick mark, and you get asked to carry on. With more home education, we can focus on specific areas that they need, where they might need more assistance, but we can also encourage them in areas where they seem to be excelling in. Now, my biggest concern with the Bella Bill relates to us as homeschoolers having to apply for permission from the Department of Education to home educate our children. To me, this doesn't make sense. It's like me having to apply to the Department of Agriculture for me to grow a vegetable garden. It just doesn't make any sense. I mean, who else? I mean, we as a family know what's best for us. We might have a preference not for the vegetables in the local retail store. We might decide that we want to have organic vegetables. But yet the government decides they want to be the ones to tell us what vegetables we need to plant and how we need to go about it. Now, once again, we don't feel that it's right for the department to decide whether we are competent or not as parents to teach our own children. And I thus request that the Bella Bill be reviewed and reconsidered, especially pertaining to home education. So thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. My name is Jazz Skodraat. I'm a principal of Hoërskool Swartland, and he's the chairperson of FETSA's Western Cape, and he's a resident of Malmesbury. We are against the bill. In my submission today, I will focus on 2 serious concerns, 3 positive aspects in 5 grey areas. We all are concerned about the potential development of learners in South Africa. Now, firstly, the 2 concerns. The SGP powers concerning procurement. This proposed amendment regarding central procurement, the department will centrally procure LTSM for schools, is problematic in the following reasons. It seeks to enable the HOD to withdraw the functions of HGBs to purchase textbooks, teaching materials, or equipment of schools. Given certain provincial departments' incapability to deliver books to schools, there is concern that the provincial departments will not have the capacity to deliver quality material on time. We reject the proposed amendment in clause 16 for several reasons. Certain schools, such as LSNE schools, are better informed to determine and provide the material needed for the specific learners in their schools. Section 21 allows governing bodies to obtain allocated functions, which includes at Section 21(1)(c) to purchase textbooks, educational material, or equipment for the schools. Should an SGB not fulfill its function with the necessary diligence, their function can be withdrawn by the department. We refer to Section 22 and 25 of the Schools Act, for example. Therefore, this amendment is unnecessary. We have to add, unfortunately, that presently irregular procurement by government departments and state-owned entities are very common. We therefore reject the amendment. The second concern, providing quarterly reports on all income and expenses. The submission of quarterly reports, apart from the annual audited financial statements that its governing body would have to submit, will place a financial and administrative burden on the governing body and the school's resources. We reject this amendment for several reasons. Section 43(5) of the Schools Act already makes provision for an SGB to submit annual financial reports, which we submit as are sufficient. The administrative burden this will place on our provincial departments of education is unreasonable and takes away valuable time, which could rather be spent focusing on underperforming and dysfunctional schools. Right, the three positive things: the proposed changes we support that will enhance education, the required and compulsory education of grade R's, the proposal to make grade R compulsory is supported. It is a necessary step for early childhood development to be in line with the National Integrated Childhood Development Policy. Secondly, the uniform and national measurements governing the election of members of governing body. We support uniform rules for election of SGBs. This will ensure a fair...
Time is up, sir. My brother, please, pay attention, all right? If I hear myself and they can't hear me, I can't make time. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair and members of the committee. My name is Adele Volgraaf and I speak on behalf of my family and some members in our community. I reject clause 37 of the Ballot Bill, which is related to home education. My husband and I have been homeschooling our 3 children since 2020, and prior to this, I was a high school teacher at a government school and also abroad. I'm standing here because I'm passionate about children and about education. We chose to homeschool because we not only want to raise our children mentally and physically, but emotionally and spiritually too. The current school system only builds children mentally if they fit into the mold. Every child deserves an education that develops their unique set of skills and brings out the best in them to enable them to contribute to our country's economy. To learn in a family setup is safe, and healthy families are the building blocks and cornerstones of a healthy society. My children also have the freedom to be themselves and just be children, free from any baggage. The curricula we chose is parent and student-led. CAPS is designed to be a teacher-led curriculum to accommodate large groups of children in schools. We can have one-on-one teaching at home using subjects that really interest our children, and this speeds up learning. There are many excellent curricula that are free of charge. We picked what suited our children and what suited our values. They are able to learn at their own pace, sometimes faster, sometimes slower, until they have mastered a concept. I don't believe that any assessment is needed at their primary school level, as I know exactly what my children can and cannot do yet. This is why I reject the need for standardized assessments at the end of a grade or phase. Our children do their work until mastered. not for a specific grade. Our learning is deep and broad and cannot be meaningfully measured with standardized age-based tests. These tests will be meaningless to you and unaffordable for us. What would happen to my child if they don't do well on these tests? The bill doesn't explain the consequences. We would need to do caps and teach them to just pass the tests. I can understand that it's difficult for policymakers as homeschooling is so diverse and is difficult to measure, but democratic policymakers must rest their policies on thorough research. No socio-economic impact assessment was done on homeschooling or home education. How can one change a bill if you don't know what impact it's going to have? Government resources, time and money could rather be used to better the high dropout rate in our schools. Most of the dropouts won't contribute to our economy like our children that will grow up to be law-abiding, tax-paying citizens. I also don't agree that we need to apply to do homeschooling. The Constitution states that I have a right to choose how to educate my child. If you need
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. My name is Dr. Angie Post, and I reject the Bella Bill, specifically Clause 37 and 41. We have homeschooled for 9 years after a severe case of bullying, and a sound education was the priority, and we chose curricula giving freedom to include faith and family values. According to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, parents have a prior right to choose the kind of education that shall be given to their children. However, Clause 37 says that parents are to seek permission before this universal human right is allowed. Pope St. John Paul II stated, "Parents are the first and most important educators of our children, and they also have a fundamental competency in this area. They are educators because they are parents." In the papal document, Familiaris Consortio, the Pope emphasized this, saying, "The rights of parents to choose an education in conformity with their religious faith must be absolutely guaranteed." This is congruent with our Constitution. Everyone has the right to freedom of conscience, religion, thought, belief, and opinion. This constitutional right allows me to choose the kind of education in my child's best interest, and we should not be fined or criminalized because of this. CAPS and Bella Bill do not cater for the needs of special needs children, of which we have two. One condition impacts speed of learning and ability to concentrate. The other has sensory processing difficulties. My children need the flexibility to homeschool that allows them to work at their own pace. My grade 4 is doing grade 3 reading, and my grade 2 is starting grade 3 maths next term. Our aim is mastery, and we celebrate knowledge gained. We focus on developing the whole person, including body, mind, and soul, and not merely knowledge acquisition. The proposed assessment of learners is also rejected. CAPS cannot be used as the benchmark to assess children learning via different educational philosophies. My children get assessed, but I don't always tell them what their marks are. Rather, I use it as a measuring tool to see what needs more attention, what subject matter is understood, and where I need to change my learning approach, my teaching approach, for children to grasp the information in a manner that promotes lifelong learning. Assessment makes my children anxious and stressed, influencing performance, lowering self-esteem related to percent.
Good afternoon, honourable members. My name is Kirili van Zyl, and I reject the Bella on the basis that it infringes upon the rights of all South African parents to choose the kind of education that shall be given to our children. I'm a single working mom of an energetic, loving, and confident 6-year-old boy. He is curious and creative and engages positively in life and knowledge. As a working mom, my hours are primarily in the afternoons through to evenings. This gives me the opportunity to be with my son and homeschool him in the morning, time we wouldn't have had if he were at school. I mention this to reiterate what others have said. Each family and each child is unique. An outsider cannot assess what is best for a family or child, but a parent can. I know what works for our family and upholds our values. My chosen curriculum does not align with CAPS. By forcing me to use a CAPS-aligned curriculum to pass assessments, the DOE will infringe on my parental rights as well as increase my education-related expenses. The curriculum I have chosen is available for free online. Where I have chosen to purchase material, the cost is still less than what I would pay for school fees, uniforms, stationery, and transport. Homeschooling is not expensive and is therefore readily available to all who choose to educate their children in this way. The poll results were recently announced, with 81% of grade 4 South African children not being able to read with meaning. Here we are spending an enormous amount of time and resources on this bill when thousands of children in South Africa can't even read. Homeschoolers, leave us. Our children are thriving. Rural schools, at least those children have access to schools. Literacy, bullying, those are the crucial topics. Nelson Mandela was passionate about education and said, "No country can really develop unless its citizens are educated. Any nation that is progressive is led by people who have had the privilege of studying." Honourable members, the future of South Africa lies with our children, and the future of the children lies with you. I pray that you will use your power wisely. Thank you.
Honourable Chair, honourable members, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Milan Miller and I oppose the bill, especially Clause 37. I'm 18 years old and have only been exposed to home-based education my whole life. Since January of 2020, I've been enrolled in an online school that uses an American curriculum. I graduate in September. In March of this year, I took the American Scholastic Assessment Test. I scored in the 99th percentile. Homeschooling has never held back my education. You see, children do not benefit from being dragged along through a curriculum that does not match their learning style and capacity. They fall behind, they get bored, they get pushed down, they get held back. It's unrealistic and unfair to expect all children to learn in the same way at the same pace. Children don't work like that. Every child is unique, and taking that away from them by force-feeding them whatever the government sees fit at whatever pace works for them is not going to brighten anyone's futures. Since when do we have to hand over the education and the future of our children to those who do not know or understand them? By forcing children to only follow a government-approved education plan or curriculum, you're not providing them with the best education and opportunities they could possibly have. You're stopping them from learning any more or any less or any slower or any faster than what those in power see fit. You're depriving them of opportunities, you're diminishing possibilities, and narrowing their horizons. Children blossom through education. People are born to learn. They want to understand. But what happens when they only get taught enough to get them through the test or the exam or the assessment? What happens when their ability to think critically is compromised by parrot learning and groupthink? And what happens when children are squashed into an academic mold they'll never fit into and then get put down and rejected because of that? We've seen what happens. Why do we still endorse it? If a child who is rejected by schools can succeed through homeschooling, why force him into the exact system that rejected him in the first place? Thomas Edison was expelled from school because he was too slow. His mother homeschooled him without government intervention. Whoops. Imagine the opportunities she took away from him. No. Imagine the opportunities that would have been taken away from him had she not homeschooled him. Imagine the opportunities that would have been taken away from all of us. Phonograms, motion picture cameras, light bulbs. So what I'm saying is that I definitely do not approve of or support legislation that's going to limit my children's chances one day. I want to see my kids and all future kids flourish. I don't want them all judged by the same standards and discarded by society. I don't. The foundation of society is the family. Taking children, their education, and their futures away from their families and putting those decisions in the hands of those who only see this year's passing percentage is not going to benefit the individual, much less the future of this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Chair, honourable members of the Parliament and fellow community, my name is Lindy Liebenberg and I reject the ballot bill, specifically Section 37 on home education, Section 8 on alcohol sales at schools, Section 41 on learning pregnancy, and Section 33 on closure of micro schools. I'm a mum who home educates and a therapist who works with neurodiverse and neurotypical children. It is well known that children who are neurodiverse need tailor-made education to develop them to their fullest potential. However, so does neurotypical kids who have learning difficulties, attention deficits, retained primary reflexes, all of which are well known to impact academic performance. To give these kids the best chance of success, they often flourish in small groups, one-on-one sessions, or in the safety of the family environment. I have seen how children with anxiety disorders, selective mutism, sensory processing disorders, and bowel control problems, to name a few, overcome these challenges, excel in their social and emotional development, and improve academic performance when they were moved from formal school setting to home education, online, or cottage schools. Not only does that change the life of that child, but it has a meaningful impact on the siblings and parents alike. In my opinion, it is much more manageable with a curriculum that is developed specifically for parents with children of different ages who can work on the same theme but at different grade levels. This also allows for children to progress at their own speed. Home education in practice is neither school nor institutionalized education, and therefore is not confined to the definition set out in the amendments of the bill. It is important that home education in South Africa is studied before it is defined in a bill. Even more important, a socio-economic impact assessment on home education should be done. I also ask that the clause dealing with the application to be able to home educate should be removed from the bill or changed to a notification process. A country that protects the rights of children by allowing parents to act in the best interest of their child's education should not have those same parents fearing prosecution for not registering due to unrealistic or costly demands on them. Home educating families follow different programs with different outcomes, with many of us measuring success or outcomes in the foundation and intermediate phases differently than through standard tests and exams. If there is a need for the invasion of privacy by home visits, and expenditure and time for competent assessors, it has to be backed by relevant research that shows that parents are not able to assess their own children. When a family commits themselves to home education, it should be supported and not restricted. Thank you for this opportunity.
I'm coming to this block. It's going to be very difficult picking 10 hands. Very difficult. Lady in the front. Gentleman with the bucket hat and the glasses. Bucket hat and the glasses. Let me go right at the back. Yes, blue cap. You are number 3. Let me come back to the front. Lady with the glasses. You are number 4. The one behind you, black hair. Yes. I picked you. You are number 3. Bucket hat. Bucket hat. Yes. You see, this is why I describe people to avoid. Hey guys, you are too many. Okay, I'm gonna do like the lottery. So I'm going to be very random. Lady, yes, you. The gentleman with the mustard and the glasses, yes, you. All right, purple hat lady, you can come. I saw you. The gentleman with the red cap, yes. How many chairs are remaining? I'm very democratic, so I want to see the gender as well. I don't want too many men on the queue. Already men are enjoying too many benefits. Where are the learners or the children? Ah, sorry, I didn't see you. Okay, you with the pink top. Yes. All right, I see you. Gentleman on the chair, waving the paper. How many chairs? Are we done? Okay, lady, stand on the mic. Everyone, move one place up. I'm gonna take one more hand. Okay. Let me. Lady with the orange folder in your left hand. Okay.
Must this thing be in?
And your 3 minutes starts now.
Good day, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. I am Marike Ikerman. I reject the entire ballot bill, especially clauses 57 and 41. Honourable Members, you proudly proclaim which political parties you represent. Did you notice that all party names include the words freedom and democracy? That must indicate that you place a value on South Africans having the freedom and democratic right to participate in the laws that will ultimately govern us. You must ask whether the principles of a participatory democracy was followed in preparing this bill, and if the ballot bill will liberate education to make it more accessible. I will concentrate on 3 points with reference to clause 57. Number 1, the DBE has no research on home education. Passing law without research means you have no idea of if these laws will achieve a desired effect and could have many negative consequences. Legislating in the dark will mean that stringent requirements will impact the economically vulnerable the hardest. Number 2, the process for public participation was flawed. The DBE has never provided the reasons why they want the current Section 51 of the South African Schools Act changed. Despite repeatedly asking for a list of concerns that the department officials were trying to address through legislation and regulation, we have been met by silence. It appears that the DBE developed stringent measures to discourage home education, making it an unaffordable option to choose. The DBE's approach to public consultation has not been transparent and lacks any meaningful two-way communication. Engagement that does not lead to change is not engagement at all. The process of consultation was a facade. Despite NEPA regulations, the Minister failed to make any regulations to establish competent consultative bodies that could competently advise the Minister and MECs. This is a deviation from the principle of a participatory democracy. When the bill was published in 2017, it was not accompanied by a socio-economic impact assessment on Section 51. 20% of all comments received came from home educators. Yet, those comments were mostly ignored, as the DBE did not incorporate the highly detailed recommendations, but instead labelled home educators as spammers. Number 3, the procedural process followed at the public hearings limits the right to engagement. The lack of virtual hearings, the changes of venues, the late release of venues being restricted to only 3 minutes and not being allowed to attach full comments to your speech limits our right to engagement and could lead to the whole bill being declared unconstitutional. I fear passing the ballot bill will outlaw educational freedom and bind our children to educational and spiritual poverty.
Time's up.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Chairperson of the session. My name is Marshall Julius with 2 L's. I'm rising on behalf of myself, 2,000 members of the South African Democratic Teachers Union in the West Coast. That includes the area that we are in. 15,000 members of the South African Democratic Teachers Union in the Western Cape, and 270,000 members of SATU in the country. I am going to speak specifically on Clause 4, which deals with the subsection 5, which deals with learner admission. This clause proposes the amendment of subsection 5, which provides that the head of education, after consultation with the SGB, has the final authority to admit a learner to a public school. It provides the SGB of a public school must submit the admission policy of the school and any amendment thereof to the HOD for approval. The HOD must take into account certain prescribed factors when considering the admission policy or any amendment thereof. In the event that the HOD does not approve the policy or any amendment thereof, he or she must return it to the SGB with such recommendations as he or she may deem necessary. It is the role of the head of education to ensure that the provisions of the Constitution are upheld. The head needed to always act in the interest of the child as prescribed by the courts. Provision should be made to unlock statements between stalemates between the HOD and the SGB with regard to admission policy of the school. From a transformation point of view and to address identified challenges faced by mainly by learners from previously disadvantaged background seeking admission in former Model C schools, it is not clear why concrete proposals are not made in the bill to ensure access to these learners that addressing both the financial constraints and the admission policy constraints. Chairperson, I, on behalf of the South African Democratic Teachers Union, recommend with regards to this clause, it is our view that admission requires and procedures by legislature to address issues of equity and access and to level the playing field. Schools and governing bodies must remain responsible for the admission of the learner and the entire process for the head of the and the entire process.
Time is up. But quickly, before you move away from the mic, sir, Julius, could you mention whether you support or not support?
Oh yes, I forgot to mention that on behalf of the members of the South African Democratic Teachers Union, we support the Bella Bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honourable Chair, honourable members, my name is Caden Madrick. I am a former homeschooler and I reject the Bella Bill, specifically Clause 37. I do so on the following grounds: that the power of the head of department to decide if a child should be home educated or not, as stated in Clause 37 of the bill, violates Chapter 2, Section 28.2 of the Constitution of Southern Africa, which states that a child's best interests are of paramount importance in every matter concerning the child. As justification for this claim, I will relate some of my own story. I was homeschooled through all grades and have never been to school. I began reading from a very young age and have had academic ability beyond my grade level. However, when my parents contacted a school to inquire about my attending there, they were told by the school that I would have had to work at my age group's grade level, even though I was already 2 or 3 grades beyond that. In such a case, a decision by the head of department requiring my attendance at school would have placed me in a grade below my academic ability, which would have stunted my academic growth and therefore would not have been in my best interest as a child. Furthermore, the Bella Bill's violation of the consideration of the child's best interests extends beyond the academic sphere. Consider emotional growth. A decision to send a child to school may not be in the child's best emotional interest. For example, when I was younger, I got overwhelmed very easily in environments in which I had no control. As I was home educated, my parents, who understood my emotional capabilities better than anyone else, were able to help me and teach me to manage my emotions so that today I am capable of handling unpredictable and stressful situations and am therefore able to comfortably engage and participate in society and the world around me. A school environment would not have allowed for the kind of emotional training which I received from my parents. And although some people do have personalities which thrive in school, for me personally, school attendance would have been greatly detrimental to my emotional health. This is something which no academic assessment could have indicated, thus leaving the head of department in no position to decide what would be in my best interest as a child. Although I have only related my story, it is just one of many more like it. There are children who, while not having the exact same strengths and weaknesses as myself, will not find the school environment beneficial to academic, emotional, and/or personal growth. The head of department has no place or jurisdiction to decide the best educational path for a child. That right lies with the child's parents, as they know the child best and are therefore able to make decisions which are in the best interest of the child. A bill suggesting that a government department or official can make such decisions for a child violates the Constitution of South Africa and the rights of the nation's children. In conclusion, I want to thank you for your willingness to hear our objections and express my hope that together we can find a solution which is in the best interest of the future of South Africa. Thank you.
Good day, Honourable Chair, honourable members, fellow citizens, I greet you. My name is Joy Peterson and I reject the Bella Bill, especially Clause 37. Firstly, this isn't a public school versus homeschool bill. Whether you're the parent of a child who attends public school or you homeschool your child, what should be paramount to either approach is what is in the best interest of the child. This is the prerogative of the parent. Only if the parent abdicates this responsibility should the state become involved. Secondly, I'd like to address a common misconception, and that is that homeschooling is either a white people thing or a rich people thing or a Christian thing. I'm neither white nor rich, but I am a Christian, called to homeschool. My husband and I knew this wasn't going to be easy, but we chose to obey God. That's our constitutional right. You don't need to be rich to homeschool. We're a one-income household. All you need is dedicated, fully committed parents who are willing to put in the time, the energy, and the effort. If some feel that they must put their children in school, public school, then feel free to do so, because everyone's situation is different. But then allow me the same constitutional right. Clause 37 of the Bella Bill aims to strip me of this right in a very clever, subtle way by expecting me to jump through all sorts of bureaucratic hoops which make it difficult to homeschool my children. I'm forced to use a curriculum that doesn't support the way my children learn. I'm forced to have them externally assessed, whether I think they need it or not. I don't have 30 learners in my class. When my children don't understand something, they tell me, and then we sort it out. Klar. Amazingly, this bill wants to regulate the homeschooling community, but the drafters of this bill didn't even take the time to properly research home education. If this was an external assessment on you, then you would have failed. Lastly, stop trying to criminalize parents who take their responsibility seriously. There is a problem, but it's not the homeschooling movement. Take the feedback that you receive regarding this bill. Go back to the drawing board, but this time, do it right. Involve all the stakeholders so that this can be a win for all our children. I thank you.
Can I start? Honourable Chair, honourable members, my name is Teresa Greiling and I do not support the Bella Bill, specifically on Clause 37 of Section 51. I believe it is of great advantage and service not only to our children but also to our country when parents choose to home educate their children. I've spent many tears and sleepless nights pondering and praying about how to approach each of our children's educational, emotional, spiritual, and physical needs. Because I do not have a classroom full of pupils, it is easier for me to spend countless hours researching the best suited courses or approach to try to meet those specific needs. During our homeschooling years, we have been able to travel our country with my husband for work, mostly outside of school holidays. We have been able to experience different provinces and visit museums because we were able to travel with him. For us, this is in our best interest for our children to stay together as a family unit, and homeschooling on our own schedule has made that possible. Time spent helping friends on the farm, learning in the field with a veterinarian, or being available to help a neighbor in a crisis is an invaluable part of how we educate our children. Our heart for them is not to only do well academically, but we want to instill in them a heart for service and a strong character that will serve their communities one day and also our country. To accommodate all of this, it is necessary for me to be able to be the one tracking their progress, assess what they've learned, and adjust our pace or areas we need to work on. This approach does not fit into the typical schooling mindset. Forcing outside assessments on home educating families will mean that we cannot continue in the way we have been able to do life and education. I will have to use our time to teach our children in a set manner that is not necessarily in my children's best interest. This is just in order that they can meet the measurables determined by someone else. That will rob me of the time, the opportunity, and my human right to educate my children the way we have, and according to what is in their best interest as determined by me and my husband as their parents. I am disturbed at the notion that the DBE wants to even include the home educating community in this proposed bill without doing proper and necessary research. I feel that if this bill passes, it will not only be a disservice to the homeschooling families, but also to this country. All parents should be encouraged by the state to explore home education as a beneficial, attainable, and affordable option for their families, instead of making it unnecessarily difficult with this vague, open to interpretation, proposed clause on home education. Thank you for your time.
Thanks. Honourable Chairperson and members of the committee, my name is Rian Burger and I reject the Bella Bill. My comments relate specifically to Clause 37 on home education. Home education, as with all forms of alternative education, is a complementary means of ensuring all children will have access to pertinent education. Just as we need alternative sources of energy and a variety of transport types, we need a variety of education modalities and curricula to address the educational needs of children. Eva Chen of the Harvard Graduate School of Education said in 2008 that the uniformity of the school environment, which is a leftover factory system from the Industrial Revolution, means that students all receive standardized textbooks, learn from standardized course plans, and sit at standardized desks, despite individual differences. Universal design for learning is the recognition that this kind of environment is no longer a productive one. It is vital, and with today's technology possible, to acknowledge the differences among students. Mr. Ndlebe from the DBE has explained that it is not the intention of the DBE to force home educators to follow the NCS or CAPS. I therefore call for a clause protecting freedom of curriculum and approach, and that any assessment has to be done according to that approach. The clause must be clear with no possibility of conflict in interpretation, as is currently the case with clause 51.2.3. I object to having to ask permission to home educate our child. Parents should be trusted to act in the best interest of their children and to provide them with adequate care. The Children's Act has measures in place to support and protect the child in cases of neglect. I support the notification process with contingency oversight. Home education teaches children to not be solely dependent on the state. We are not a burden on the fiscus, and home education reduces the load on overcrowded schools. Furthermore, my son being home educated does not infringe on or limit another child's right to education, freedom of information, or freedom of association. The draconian measures proposed for home education will not deliver an improved quality of education, and it will severely restrict access to education. I request the honourable members of this committee to reject clause 37 of the Bella Bill in full. It is time to remove barriers to learning, not erect more.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Luandi Malhaber and I reject the Bella Bill. More specifically, Clause 37, which proposed changes to Section 51 of the South African Schools Act. I completed my honours degree in special needs education, and with my experience, I know that each child learns differently. The reason why they end up being tutored is mainly because their needs can be met by explaining a concept they did not grasp in a school setup in a different way. No student learns the same way. We are all different. I've noticed over the years of conducting tutoring classes with students of all ages after school hours that our children always struggle to read. Once they receive one-on-one support tutoring classes, they thrive. Teaching them in a different way or in more than one way than the normal standardized method with more one-on-one focus makes a very big difference. This brings me to my first point. The CAPS curriculum is not the perfect fit for every student. Standardizing the curriculum to be CAPS-based only puts every other student in a box, even if it does not meet their needs. They should be free to have a choice to choose the curriculum that suits their needs best. There is insufficient capacity in our special schools, normal schools, and learners can wait up to 5 years for a place, all the while falling behind in mainstream schools. It is much better for these learners to be homeschooled. The next point I would like to make is that it is irrational to ask permission for something like educating a child at home. Every school-going age child has a right to education. Asking for permission to educate your child at home means it is no longer a right, merely a privilege. Another point adding to this is that a provincial education department conducting a home visit is an infringement of privacy. If the DBE can trust parents to raise their children and meet their needs, the same should go for education, which is right, just like all the other rights our children have. I believe educating your child at home do not need to be investigated by means of home visits. I believe the compulsory and standardized assessments will be meaningless. Did they consider the child that is homeschooling that would need concessions? Standardized assessments can become unaffordable if done by external assessors and not reimbursed by the department. The socio-economic impact this will have was not researched. I'm not only speaking for the special needs learners being homeschooled, but also for those who opt for homeschooling because of circumstances at school, like being bullied by another student and maybe even a teacher. Not every teacher understands the way children learn, and accommodating every child according to their learning style in a class of up to some even 50 students is simply not possible. That is what makes home education and the choice to freely choose what curriculum suits their needs best the best option for many parents and a way to secure the child's right to be educated. I reject the bill. Thank you.
I'm so thankful that they also accommodate short people. Honorable Chairperson and all people here, my name is Aiden van Welling. I'm a teacher. I'm also the chairperson of the West Coast region of SATU, and I'm a proud SATU member. I'm not going to talk about homeschooling because I was a little bit confused and thought that this is about homeschooling. I'm talking about the majority of our people in this region and in the country. And I will especially focus on clause 2C with regards to the willful disruption, interruption, hindering, and obstruction of school activities and amending section 3 of 7 of the SASA bill. We as SATU support the Bella bill, but we just have some clarities and discussion that we need with regards to clause 2C with the willful disruption. We just want to know as SATU, and we need clarity with regards to position of regarding legal strikes within the definition of unlawfully interrupting or disrupting any school activity, or to willfully hinder or obstruct any school in the performance of the school's activity. This clause also does not make provision for educators or members of a union during a protected strike. The clause must therefore indicate explicitly that it does not apply to teachers like me and or a union members on school premises during a protected strike. This clause must be read in conjunction with the legalization related to legal strikes and other uncontrollable circumstances, for example, a riot. The amendment, which increases the penalty from 6 to 12 months and allows for both the imposition of a fine and a sentence, is also of concern. We believe there are sufficient existing laws pertaining to criminal conduct and violent protests in the law, and the SASA laws should not be the legislative tool where such activities are dealt with, because we believe with regards to the law of the country, if a person throw a rock, there's a law that will lock him up. So we will recommend that the clause must be brought in line with the relevant provision of the Labour Relations Act, in particular section 4.
Sir?
Dear Honourable Members, my name is Gabriella Rose van Sal, and I reject the Bella Bill, specifically Clause 37. I am home educated and I love it. I enjoy the freedom that I have. I don't think my family should need to apply for home education. It is normal for a mom and dad to help their own children learn. I don't learn well when I sit still for too long. At home I love to dance while we sing hymns. I knit or do out while my mom reads great books about history and science. Keeping busy helps me remember what I learn. I like to go on walks to learn about nature, and when we get home, I draw what I've seen. In my extra time, I've started a small sewing business, and I'm learning to play the piano and go to ballet classes. I also have pets to care for. I love going down to my aviary and learning about my zebra finches that I keep there. I play with my brother and sisters and my friends. If I had to use this extra time to prepare for CAPS assessments, I would feel very sad. My mom says that she already knows how I'm doing in maths, grammar, and every subject. It makes me feel nervous to think of an assessor coming into my home. My mom and dad only let people they trust into our home, and that keeps me safe. Please remove Section 37 from the Bella Bill. I hope that many of generations of children in South Africa will have the opportunity to receive a wonderful education at home like me. I appreciate this opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Good day, honorable members of people and the public. Good day, honorable members and people of the public. My name is Danray Rocher, and I reject the Bella Bill, specifically Clause 37. I am a homeschool child since 2020, and I was in public school from grade R to grade 3. In this time, I struggled in school, and I was bullied by teachers and was labeled a naughty child. All this because I didn't conform in a mold I was pushed into. My parents were advised to put me on medication, as this will make it easy for the teacher that has 40 plus kids in her class. The medication in turn had side effects, and since I was below average tallness and weight for my age group. This has also led to some bullying while I was in school. Ever since I started homeschooling, my parents made sure that I have a well-rounded upbringing. I joined an art group and a sports group and even made lots of different friends. This taught me about different ways of learning and how other people approach problem solving. This showed me there are different levels of success. I can learn at my own pace and spend time on things I like and learn more about in depth. I recently developed an interest in cooking and looking forward to expanding on this. I would say homeschooling is preparing me for real life. I would say homeschooling is preparing me for real life situations, job shadowing, entrepreneurship, budgeting, and working with my money. How to think for myself and learn by the best experience. My dad also teach me about computer programming. We are a Christian family and we do Bible study every day by learning from home. I can live out my faith, play, read, experiment. Homeschool taught me respect for others and help to notice people in need. Thank you.
I'm coming this side. Okay. The gentleman with the, is it a beanie? Yes. The lady next to him. The lady with the black top in front. The gentleman next to her. The young man. The gentleman. The lady. Okay, the lady with the gray hat. I just want to check how many chairs will remain. All right. How many chairs do I still have open? 4 chairs. All right. Gentleman with the glasses, yes. The lady with the glasses, yes. Mama? Okay. Okay. Your 3 minutes starts now.
1, 2. Honorable Chairperson, thank you. My name is Andy Lekili. I'm a member in good standing of the ANC Nozenge Zikhewana branch in Ward 1. Mine is very simple, is that we support the Bela Bela bill. But on the Bela Bela bill, there's a clause that now seeks to provide for and create conditions under which alcohol may be possessed, consumed, or sold on school premises during school activities. Following the recent tragedies, our government should be aware of the harmful effects of alcohol in society, on youth in general, and learners in particular. Our schools should remain alcohol-free zones. The Bela Bela bill is a step in the right direction for equal quality education, but more needs to be done. Homeschooling must be regulated and be in line with our government curriculum. We cannot allow homeschooling to be independent. We fully support language in education policy for us to be able to champion social cohesion. The declaration of financial interest of AGB members, we fully support that. The merging of schools, we also support it. This can assist government in addressing other social matters. The RCL members must not be involved in appointing of teachers and enter into contracts on behalf of the school. Theirs is to go and get education. I therefore fully support the bill. I thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hear all the concerns. My name is Chonari Maton, and I'm a proud councillor of the African National Congress at my municipality of Witzenberg. I hear all the concerns. Mine will be less than 1 minute. I'm very in support of the Bela bill. I thank you, Chairperson.
Ndiyabulisa kuwe Chairperson, ndiyabulisa kumntu wonke okhona apha ngaphakathi. Igama lam ndinguLusanda Khasmini, ndingumfundi kwisikolo Ingcinga Zethu High School, Ceres. Ndiyayisapota ibill. Inhliziyo yam ibuhlungu kuba imeko esifunda phantsi kwayo kwisikolo, isikolo se-overcrowded. Okwesibini, apha ePineville asinayo i-primary, asinayo i-secondary. So abantwana abancinci abaka-grade R kufuneka baye eTulbagh. Ibhasi yokuqala ihamba ngo-6 o'clock. Then abantwana basebancinci abami naphantsi kwe-shelter. Ibhasi ziyi-6, so bahlala ngathathu kweso situlo. So thina abantu baye-Ceres, ibhasi urhulumente asinike zona ziyi-2. So thina si-more than ezo bhasi ziyi-2. So i-concern yam ukuthi i-dropout school izawuba khona, and ootishala bethu sebezi-extendile ii-classes ezi-5 but still akho space. So ndingathanda urhulumente ukuthi angenelele asincede so that sibe zinkokheli zangomso. Thank you so much.
Translation.
Greetings to the chairperson, honorable members and everyone. My name is Lusanda Khasmeni. I am from Ceres and Elena at Nzingazetu High School. I am really hurting right now because there is no primary or secondary school around here, and schools are overcrowded. So children have to take a bus at 6 o'clock every morning. There are only 6 buses and there are 3 children per seat. And my most concern is that there is going to be a lot of dropouts because there are no schools. Schools are overcrowded. I would like to plead with the government to please intervene so that we may be the leaders, better leaders of tomorrow. Thank you. She supports the bill.
Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, I'm Kenny Williams. I'm the Deputy Provincial Secretary of SATU. Chairperson, mine is just on the billable in terms of homeschooling. And the billable is quite clear. The billable is not saying no to homeschooling. You just talk about the process that needs to be followed. So therefore, we welcome the regulations. Because the question that we ask as SATU, how are we going to assess what is going on in education, even if it's homeschooling? We need to assess. And of course, there's an appeal process built into the billable in terms of homeschooling, and therefore we support the billable, Chairperson. Chairperson, we also welcome the clause on grade R. It's long overdue, and we fully support that, especially from a working class perspective. Chairperson, on sale of alcohol on school premises, we need to clarify, Chairperson, needs to be provided to make the distinction between school events where no alcohol may be consumed or sold in events which take place outside the school program. And we know why some people is defending this whole thing about school alcohol on school premises, because there's a lot of old boy clubs that is making huge profits with this selling of alcohol on school premises. We need to point out not only to these threaten the safety of learners, but also education staff. The provision contradicts national and provincial policies to keep schools at school and drug-free zones, and they contribute to the promotion of alcohol abuse, except for the Republic of the Western Cape. The provision and its legality is being challenged in the Cape Town, in the Cape High Court. We need to review the clause that it does not negatively impact on school operations. We do not condone the use of alcohol for any purposes in schools. It is our view that there should be a complete prohibition to any dangerous objects, alcoholic drinks, and illegal drugs on school premises. An exception should only be made in cases where such items are required as part of demonstration purposes, as part of an approved program, and where possession of such items has already been authorized by a competent authority, and the items are handled under very controlled circumstances, and clear protocols for the handling of such are in place. So therefore we are saying no alcohol on school.
Time's up.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, members of Parliament, community. My name is Reginald Villar. I'm Inspector from the Western Cape Liquor Authority, and I specifically was interested in clause 8, and what the gentleman just spoke before. I have first-hand knowledge of alcohol abuse and the harms it caused to our school children, specific communities. So whatever way you decided forward, I would like to suggest that because each province has its own liquor act, we've heard about what happened in the Eastern Cape. We want to put out the hand as the Western Cape Liquor Authority to invite us so that we can assist you whichever way you go, so that we can assist enforcing specific liquor regulation in the Western Cape. I can only speak for the Western Cape. So we want to reach out. For example, they say in the act that the liquor will be taken to the police by the head of department or school principal. What we want to know is somebody had to provide that liquor to the children. Who sold it? So we after the irresponsible traders and the persons selling liquor to children that cause harms in our communities. So please take note of the Western Cape Liquor Authority, and we are open to assist in whichever way we can. Thank you.
Could you kindly, sir, could you kindly mention whether you support or you do not support the bill?
I support.
Thank you.
Evening, Chairperson and members of the Parliament, the community such as large. My name is Vivian Siwangaza, residing here in Worsley, in Pine Valley. I support the bill.
Good day, honorable members. My name is Zippo Pitla and I am against the bill. I strongly disagree with the bill, specifically clause 37, which is basically aimed at the extinction of homeschooling. Person by person, children and adolescents alike differ in more ways than one in receiving education. I myself, being introduced to the homeschooling system by my mom before I went to the normal schooling system, I excelled in primary school, but as I progressed, I felt boxed. Up until my matric year, I constantly taught myself at home in order to catch up at school, which worked better than being in class and being attentive in class. It would break my heart to see homeschooling being controlled to such a degree that it becomes basically illegal to have homeschooling. This, to me, an aspiring person of political thinking, sounds like one of the many uninformed decisions taken by government. Further than that, I refuse to see one day my children suffer and fail to achieve their full potential. Yes, many kids fit into the homeschooling system, the normal schooling system, but what about those that simply cannot conform to the setup of the norms of school? Thank you.
Honourable Chairman, members of the Parliament, and friends of community, thank you for this wonderful opportunity that I can also say my say. I'm Suzanne Hatting, I live in Wellington, and I'm the homeschooling mum of 4 children. I'm very upset about the fact that the DBE, the Department of Basic Education, has been writing laws without proper consultation, almost none, with the homeschooling community. What happened here is a complete failure of my right to speak up in the democracy, and it's a violation of my right to engage and give my own opinion, making the bill completely unconstitutional. I can say with confidence that the home education section of the bill is totally not practicable and workable. The bill is so full of problems and unrealistic and should be drafted in its entirety. Also because our educational scene in South Africa has completely changed since the bill was first drafted in 2014. I believe true education is firstly about a relationship with your own children, with your child at home. At home, we can build strong families, individuals who love each other, and that will have a huge positive impact in society. We are building people with good, solid communication skills and life skills, people with character and wisdom. We need character, we need wisdom, so that we can be free to explore and learn new ways of earning an income. Educated and skilled people with an entrepreneurial mindset that our society desperately needs for a healthy economy. Strong families creates a strong society, contributing to a healthy economy. Favoring CAPS as the only curriculum option, which will be the outcome of the Bala Bill, will take away my right as a parent to choose a curriculum or a way of learning that fit each of my children's unique profile, their unique interests, passions, and callings best, resulting in a strong individual that will impact our society positively. The Bala Bill is in conflict with Article 26(3) of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which states, parents have a right to choose the kind of education that shall be given to their children. The bill allows for the state to exceed the limits of its authority and responsibility and take over the role of the parent. It further takes for granted that the DBE know better than me.
Time's up.
Engosi, igama lam Isaac Katsabili, convener ye Brede Valley Education Forum. Kwala qala lase Worcester. Ndiyayichasa, I support amendment B. Sinengxaki Western Cape. Department of Western Cape Education Department upper Western Cape. By trader Western Cape at the island on its own, of a country of its own, independent from South Africa. She need an urgent intervention from a national government, a Western Cape. I'll cite one example. Brede Valley, Kukui town, Rossingville, Worcester. Now, the farming area Rossingville, Kukui pass as the Tata abandoned Bescolo, Basa school in. Almost 400 abandoned Bescolo from January till now, about school in department, I careless, I way. The tell urgent intervention, both but deprive I right to done about school in. Back home, abandoned with cement school, but department I do nothing. There's a problem of a department, Cape Wineland Circuit Office, a Koyo up Poland, under leadership ka Junior Haka. Ibatupili policy, I apply pa. We have marched as parents of different schools from last year, 4 times, petition. Petition Manyelo. We want to make sure the national department intervene, is also assist, because the Western Cape, iba welenye bala o Manyelo. Only about Mamtrope about Manyelo. Now it's a intervention. Google Scholar in Neva Hope Syndrome. Now, there's no problem. If forensic investigation, speed up. Kuku Scholar, Kuchwa is Letemba High School, is Letemba, Worcester. A collaboration school. It's now 7 years operating school. The only teachers that scholars are permanent teacher. But pay 12,000 about teacher. Teacher for 3 months or balege. One of the fairly scholars I function. Abazali, bahleli bafuna sikho siwele phansi ku-government. Now siyacela urgent intervention. Pre Valley Education Forum, we want to meet with the national so we present because we got a proof izinto.
Translation.
Zip Tabane, I am from the Education Forum at Worcester, the convener. I support, in short, I support the bill. There are educational unfairnesses that we are having in the Western Cape as we are treated as people in isolation, as if we are living on our own island. We ask for the intervention of the government. There is also an area called Rosenvale. There are also problems experienced by the students at that places. And in the area of Worcester, we are having in approximately about 400 children who are not at school. There are no proper means of bus transportation. We urgently ask for the intervention of the department. We had raised these issues with the area of the Cape Wildlands, but no intervention has been made. We are therefore raising all these petitions that we are having. We ask for these interventions to care for the policies. And here in the Western Cape, there is also an area called at Zwelathemba at Worcester. Their teachers had been employed for approximately a period of 7 years, and these teachers are not employed permanently. And the teachers had been there receiving an amount of about in the approximately of 12,000 rand payment. We therefore also ask that it be considered for the urgent intervention of the national office to have these problems resolved in these areas. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Eunice Nwamadi. I'm from Lingomso Primary School in Tulba. I'm not going to refer to the bill, but I accept it. I just have 2 or 3 concerns about my school. It was categorized as a Quintile 5 school, although we are teaching learners from poor communities, from the shacks. We don't understand why our school was categorized as like that. The second concern I have is the curriculum gap caused by the COVID-19. We are not allowed to let the learners repeat the grade because the department is arguing that it's not the learners' fault for COVID-19, so they cannot be punished. But what I've noticed, a learner who failed grade 3 and just being progressed to grade 4, that learner is struggling more, and that will continue up until those learners become dropouts at high school because they didn't understand their work. The last one, learners who are from other countries, for example, Lesotho, when they arrive here, some of them you'll find that although he is or she is 11 years old, she didn't attend school. So that learner won't be placed in grade 1. They are placed maybe in grade 4. Mind you, that learner didn't do foundation phase because of the age, because of the language, and that learner will struggle a lot in grade 4. And when those learners fail, the department does not understand why we have such a failure rate. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nonzame Patwani. I'm coming from a very poor community of Witzenberg. Firstly, let me say I do agree with the bill. And I still, like all the others, I have few things that are stuck in my mind, or maybe the way we read Clause 37, we read it in a different ways that make us not understand. Because in my understanding, according to that clause, it doesn't reject the homeschooling. But what I really strongly believe it's supposed to be done, whoever that is doing the homeschooling must register when it's needed to be registered. Our kids are going to the public schools, and I really love the public schools. That is why I in support with the bill. My all kids grow up in a location and they went to public school. I raised more than 11 kids who are something today from the public schools. I thank you.
I'm back to the side. You don't have to stand up. Yeah, you see, if you are a child, I'd accept it. But I see you are very tall, so you can sit down. Don't worry. Don't worry. Sisi, I had noted you, Mos. Oh, the chairs were full. No, speak. I had noted you. Okay, can we hold it a bit? Let her speak. I had noted her from that round. Can we file out silently as we move out of the hall so that we do not disturb proceedings? Thank you. Proceed.
Igama lam ndinolithando nogcinisa from apha eWitzenberg, Prince Alfred Hamlet. Ndiyayisapota ibill, kodwa ndiza nesicelo esinye nje. Isicelo sami sesoba sinabantwana abaninzi kakhulu apha eWitzenberg kwisikolo saseNduli eNcingazethu. Abantwana bayangena eprimary abanamaphepha, basuka kumazwe ngaphandle abanamaphepha, but baqhubekeke bafunde. Xa kufike uba mabafunde ku-grade 12, babakhona abaqhubekayo bafunde for uba mabafumane ii-results, bangazifumani ii-results zabo, zibanjwe ii-results because abanamaphepha oba mabaqhubekeke nesikolo. But abanye bayakwazi ukuya esikolweni, xa befika esikolweni abanamaphepha bangaqhubekeki. So besicela udepartment ibe khona into ayenzayo ngaloo nto. Enkosi.
Translation.
Noltando, Nogilisa, I support the bill. Where we stay at our area, we have young children who are coming from the rural areas who do not have the necessary documents. They are proceed up to grade 12, and they could not get any results being supplied at the school. Therefore, we ask to be assisted in this regard. I thank you.
All right, this side. Let me start right at the back. Young man, yes, you, yes, come quick. The lady right at the back. The lady with the jersey, mustard jersey, yes. Uh, lady with the glasses, young lady with the glasses, yes. The lady with the mustard jersey again. The gentleman with the white shirt. Yes, you. Yes, you. Um, the gentleman with the colored top, multiple colored top. Don't fall. Don't fall. We don't have an ambulance close by. I'm kidding. There probably is one, but just don't fall. Let me come. Sissy? No, no, no. Here, here, yes. Front row. Front row. There's only one front row though. Go. Get a chair. How many chairs do we have open? Do I believe the two or do I believe the three? Okay. Two chairs. Three hands. Who do I chop? Difficult choice. All right, I'll take you and I'll take you in the middle. Hello? Really? Okay, guys, your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, my name is Luan Nell. I am 9 years old and I don't support. I have been homeschooled my entire life. I love doing science like Newton's laws, E equals mc squared, and gravity. If it wasn't for homeschool, I wouldn't have started doing this science at my age. I love to homeschool as I like being with my family, and sometimes I need a little help from my mom. I love homeschool as it gives me more free time to do other stuff I like to do, like reading. My way of learning is to explore and not look at a board and sit still. That is why I love homeschool. If this rule goes through, then it will be hard for me to do my homework as I need to do my homework at the same speed as the other children in my class. Thank you.
Honourable Chair, Honourable Committee members and all present, my name is Anzalda Toy and I'm a proud homeschooling mother of 2 children. I reject the Bella Bill, specifically Clause 37. The CAPS curriculum does not take into consideration that every child is unique and therefore every child's learning capabilities and interests are unique. I believe it's Albert Einstein, who was homeschooled himself, that said, "Everyone is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it is stupid." I have 2 children on the autism spectrum, and as with most autistic people, and everyone else for that matter, they each have their own special interests. These interests are not part of the CAPS curriculum, while they have no interest in other subjects that are part of CAPS. For example, my daughter has no interest at all in technology, and to force her to take a subject in which she will not excel will make her believe that she is stupid. This is particularly true for my and many other children on the autism spectrum, as they take failure in one area to mean that they are a failure as a person as whole. I have experienced this personally to the point where my child said that she didn't want to live anymore because she failed at school. This was a deciding factor for me to teach my children to fit their needs and to their best interests, as it is my responsibility as their mother. I gave up my career to put my child's needs first, and no one, I repeat, no one, knows a child's need and best interest better than a loving, caring parent. And these are just my children. What about others? The sooner they start learning about their interests, the sooner they excel, and this is how prodigies come to be. I would like to draw your attention to two specific articles of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Firstly, Chapter 1, the founding provision, Article 2, which states, "This Constitution is the supreme law of the Republic. Law or conduct inconsistent with it is invalid, and the obligations imposed by it must be fulfilled." Secondly, Chapter 2, the Bill of Rights, Article 28.2 states, "A child's best interests are of paramount importance in every matter concerning the child." The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, proclaimed by the United Nations, Article 26.3 states, "Parents have a prior right to choose the to choose the kind of education that shall be given to their children." To conclude, I reject the billable Clause 37, as it is not in the best interest of my child, nor in the best interest of others.
Time's up.
Honourable Chair, honourable members, my name is Marizai Loubser and I reject the Bella Bill, specifically Clause 37. Article 26 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights states, parents have a prior right to choose the kind of education that shall be given to their children. Yet the Bella Bill, Clause 37 says, parents must ask permission for that right, a right that belongs to them already. As a parent, it is my honor and privilege to be able to homeschool my children. In doing so, I am able to address the wants and needs of my children on a very individualized level, which otherwise would not have been possible. I know my child's strengths and weaknesses, and being able to homeschool them offers me the opportunity to help them develop these and be better prepared for life in general. With homeschooling my child, she is able to focus on her subjects rather than her grades, and as such can develop an in-depth knowledge and appreciation for them. Also, if my child is exceptionally gifted in a specific area, she can excel in this by working ahead, which otherwise would not have been possible. Inversely, if she struggles in certain areas, we are able to reduce the pace to ensure she fully grasps the material at hand before moving on. In closing, I would like to remind all present that a child's well-being, emotionally, physically, and spiritually, is primarily a parent's responsibility, and the Bella Bill aims to undermine this by requiring parents to ask permission for what is already rightfully theirs. I thank you for your time.
Is that fine? Thank you so much. Afternoon, everyone. Honourable Chair, honourable members, my name is Marika van der Merwe and I reject the Bella Bill, specifically Clause 37. I heard someone say, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. We have an opportunity to take hands around the proverbial baobab tree of wisdom and work towards a diverse future for educating the Rainbow Nation. The Bella Bill, specifically Clause 37, puts a dead end to the possibilities of the diverse education that is currently developing organically. Through this bill, the state exceeds its authority, parents are vilified, there is a threat to our right to privacy, as well as our obvious right to decide what is best for our own children. Having to apply for permission on how my children are educated has no democratic sense. A notice is more than sufficient. There is a worldwide growth in homeschooling of between 15 and 34% per year in different countries all over the world. A quick research online has little to no results in terms of South African statistics on this. We need to not stay behind. Add this to the dawn of the fourth industrial revolution, the information revolution, that is picking up speed. On the one hand, it threatens the old guard, but on the other hand, it is presenting us with a multitude of opportunities across the entire landscape. Only by diversification will we be able to answer this challenge. I suggest a research partnership between government and the home educating sector to build up the needed legislation that represents the home educating community. There are decades worth of experience and hard work available to inform innovation in this field. With proper legislation, we can beat the drum of the South Africa's future with more than one finger. The sugarcane is sweetest at the joint. The future is so uncertain. We don't know what the landscape will look like in 10 years' time. Let's ensure we have more than one answer to build South Africa's future. Let's cultivate a field of wildflowers, trees, grass, and invite knowledge, understanding, and wisdom to the fertile land of Africa. Our educational landscape has the opportunity to flourish into a thriving ecosystem filled with innovation and growth. By rejecting Clause 37, I hope that we can take hands and go together, looking for more ways to develop education to serve all the children of South Africa. I bless the rains down in Africa. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Milan Foster, and I am in grade 9. I do not support the Bella Bill, especially clauses 37 and 41. Albert Einstein once said, "Everybody is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it is stupid." The same principle applies to all of us. You cannot judge a child by his or her ability to do one thing, for then you will never know all of their unique talents. Homeschooling focuses on finding that unique talents and allowing a child to flourish because they are doing what they love. In a public school, you have to work at someone else's pace, do what someone else wants you to do, and sometimes learn stuff you will never use in real life. Your talents are often lost between all your schoolwork. Homeschooling allows you to work at your own pace and focus on the subjects you love and are good at. You can learn stuff you will use one day. For example, I want to be an event manager, and homeschooling gives me the time to learn more about being one. When you homeschool, you have more time than in a public school. A few of my other favorite aspects of homeschooling include working faster than public schools when I want to, working slower than public schools when I need to, understanding my work and being able to ask questions without fear of judgment. Being at my home a lot, learning in a very creative way, and working without someone constantly telling me how to do my schoolwork. Homeschooling has helped me in many ways. I am more confident than when I was in a public school. I learned to be an entrepreneur, bake, cook, sew, and do arts and crafts. I grew to love reading and learning. I also learned to manage my money and time and to take care of myself and others. These skills are not easily acquired in a public school. Even the famous Albert Einstein, who was a genius, struggled in school. He said the following, "School failed me, and I failed the school. It bored me. I wasn't worth anything, and several times they suggested I leave." Despite doing so bad at school, he became one of the best-known physicists of all times, which proves that you don't have to go to school to succeed in life. Please allow me and thousands of other homeschoolers to continue this exciting journey of learning at our homes, without someone constantly looking over our shoulders. To end with another quote by Einstein, "The only thing that interferes with my learning is my education." Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the Bella Bill. My name is Aubrey Nell. I'm here today with my wife and our 4 children, trying to sit still at the back. And we reject Clause 37, and I'll explain why. I'm concerned about the heavy rigid structure that the bill builds around the registration, the pre-assessment, the annual assessments to monitor the educational progress, and the heavy hand that the minister had that through all the hard work and effort us as parents and children put in with a single action in any step of the process. I cannot see why the head of department, through a structure of assessors that does not know my family, should decide if it's the best interest of my children to be at home educated or the education program that we follow is sufficient when they measure it against the national curriculum. The bill is written in such a way that all the power and decision making can easily be taken away from me as parent at any point in a step if I don't jump through all the hoops of the proposed system. Me and my wife, we take all the effort to know our children very well. We select the educational material based on how they learn. We see the differences in learning methods between the 4 of them, and even each child individually have times when they accelerate in certain learning areas, and then other times when they circle back and accelerate in other areas. This is a flexible system, but we monitor this closely and we guide our children as they journey, as they discover and learn. For us, the home education is environment that is a catalyst for our children to be themselves, be creative and learn. It is a space where they can know they are safe and cared for. It also helps us to build a strong family unit and build good character in our children. So when they enter the adult society as young adults, they will be confident knowing who they are and be a blessing where they go. The content of Clause 37 has not been written with the necessary research and consultation with home educators and will rip out the very heart of home education. Home education is a flexible but yet effective way in educating children and can play a vital role in addressing the educational challenges we have in South Africa. But it will be an opportunity missed and talked about for generations if we don't put our heads together now. I propose the home education portion of the Bella Bill is removed and rewritten based on research that is practical in a way that builds a platform for home educators and their children to flourish. If you need people for your task team to develop a practical framework and policy, count my family in. We are willing to contribute to the future of the children of Mzansi. Thank you.
Greetings to all those gathered here today, the chair, parents, and children. So, my name is Nathaniel Madrick, and I reject the bill. I am a 16-year-old who has been homeschooled for my entire life, and while I have received an academic education, I've also had amazing experiences, such as getting to travel this amazing country of ours, and being a member of the 2022-23 City of Cape Town Junior City Council. So, I'd like to say now that while I reject the bill, I do understand that there are many things in the bill that benefit society, that are good, and that I have been homeschooled, but there are children and situations where public school is the best choice. So, I'm not saying homeschooling is the only way, but I am standing up and defending my right and my freedom to homeschool if it is my choice. To begin with, I'd like to speak on Clause 37, which aims to discourage and even make it illegal to homeschool. So I feel that I've had an amazing education, and it's preparing me for the goals that I want to reach in my life. In our nation, where our motto is unity in diversity, why are we trying to steal the diversity from our nation? And the thing is, the bill, the way it is written, as it stands at the moment, homeschooling is fine, it supports it. But at the end, it says that the Minister of Education can change this at any time. So if we sign the bill, how can we know, can we have a guarantee that what we are signing and agreeing with will be the same in a year's time, in 5 years' time, by the time our grandchildren are seeking an education? How can we know that what we have supported is what we stood up for? I'd also like to say that subsection 1 of clause 37 says that parents must apply for permission to educate children at home. But the Universal Declaration of Human Rights says in Article 26, subsection 3, that parents have a prior right to choose the kind of education that shall be given to their children. So the government isn't only ignoring our own laws, it's ignoring international law as well. The Bella Bill also states that home visits will be required in order to determine the education that a government feels the child concerned must be given. However, this is an infringement on my personal right of privacy. Having a total stranger come into my home without an invitation from anyone from my family, to me, is an infringement on the Trespass Act of 1959. To finish off with, I would like to say that as a member of the Junior City Council, I ran a community upliftment project in my sub-council, which exceeded both my expectations and the goals of the project. So my ability to aid and get involved in society and
Time's up.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chairperson and committee members. I object to many clauses in the Bella Bill. Time only allows me to address clause 37 and clause 41. My name is Brian Gumans. I'm the father of 7 children. We have been educating at home for 24 years. 4 of our children have completed university studies. We have educated our children to be job creators.
Can you please hold it a bit? Honorable members, can we maintain order? You are making it very difficult for me to reprimand people who make noise. Thank you. Proceed.
We have educated our children to be job creators, not job seekers, for the benefit of South Africa. From 2000 to 2004, I was chairperson of Cape Home Educators. A group of us engaged with the Western Cape MEC and education officials. But after many meetings, there was no progress. The officials just did not understand home education. Today, we are discussing the Bella Bill, and it is clear that the education officials still do not understand home education. There has been no meaningful engagement with the home education community, and the Department of Education has not done enough research, by admission of the Minister, to understand what they are trying to legislate. From the very start of this bill, the DBE has entirely ignored engagement with home educators, and when the bill was published for comment, 20% of all submissions came from home educators, and the DBE labeled us as spammers. Home education is not school at home. Therefore, trying to apply the paradigms of school as this bill suggests will not work. Research and our own family experience shows that home education delivers results better than the curriculum in schools, and the CAPS assessment would be an inadequate and useless measure of the progress of homeschooled children. No education official will be better than a parent in assessing the progress of the child. To prescribe any curriculum to parents educating their children is interfering with the rights and duties of a parent to do the best for their children. Thank you for this opportunity to contribute to the democratic process of developing laws for South Africa. However, I must also register my deep concern that each of us can only contribute 3 minutes to this important bill. This is woefully inadequate, especially in light of the comments I have presented today. And what about all those who could not travel to these venues? Surely virtual hearings should be conducted. Clause 37 is unworkable and has requirements that are in contradiction with our Constitution. I respectfully suggest that
Time's up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity I'm getting to speak here. I am Zoleka Oba Swakamisa. I'm actually from Stellenbosch in this region, which is Cape Winelands. So I thought I have a right to be here because this is my region, even if it is in Witzenberg. So, by the way, previously, protocol observed. I'm from the ANC. You can see my regalia, tells the story. And I'm proud of being one. I just want to say, I'm not going to dwell. Being an ANC member, I am partly supporting the bill. I am partly supporting it. I don't say support, ne? But I support it. It is just that there are issues, there are things that I feel are not here that you should monitor or check doing for us. For starters, in schools, coming from Stellenbosch, it is the richest town in this region, in the province, by the way. But in Stellenbosch, coming from Kayamandi, a disadvantaged area, we have got only 2 schools, 2 primaries and 2 high schools, with a community or population of more than 50,000. It is not possible for Stellenbosch to accommodate, for Kayamandi to accommodate such. We have been querying for that in the council, in the municipality, for land and space to build schools. The second primary that is in Stellenbosch got in after 2008, after a new second high school came in Kayamandi. They are still in the bungalows since then. It's a primary school. There's no land for school. It's not possible. If there's land for any other thing else, just a school for kids to grow and study in a better situation. So last week there was Imbizo.
Time's up.
My name is Milan Foster, and I'm in grade 7. I do not support the Bella Bill, especially the part where the Minister of Education wants to take control of home education. I've never been to a public school, and I'm thankful for that. Homeschool is the only school that gives you time to spend with your family and build the relationships with them while you are learning. I enjoy learning in my own language, at my home, and surrounded by my family. In homeschool, you have time to do stuff like arts and crafts, baking, and reading. I want my kids to have the same advantage that I have. I love to learn. I like maths and puzzles and solving problems. I would find it hard to like learning in school because it can easily be associated with bullies and long hours away from home. Many kids do not get all the attention they need and therefore struggle to keep up with the rest of the class. Not one of these things happened in homeschooling. If you're homeschooled, you can work at your own time. No one rushes you and no one holds you back. These are all reasons why homeschool works better for me. There are kids who like school and there are those who don't like it and suffer in school. For those, it is better to homeschool. I reject the idea of the Department of Education coming to my home to tell my parents and I what I may and may not learn. That is totally unnecessary. My parents are capable of teaching me all I need to know and more. I do not like the idea of some stranger telling me what and how I must learn.
What school teaches you how to build relationships with your family? Bake, sew, cook food, make presents, birthday cards, house decorations, and so much more. Only homeschool. Thank you.
Honourable Chair and board members, I thank you for this opportunity. My name is Tanya Miller. I reject the bill. I believe that children are a gift from God to parents that comes with the responsibility of educating them in His ways, for which we will be held accountable regardless of the choice. Research done by Dorothy and Raymond S. Moore states that success in formal education is dependent on childhood development and is better guaranteed when formal education starts later rather than earlier. Cognitive development, eye muscle control, as well as gross and fine motor development might not be mature enough at ages 5 to 9 for formal education. Thus, subjecting children to compulsory formal education may not only cause failure and consequent stress and anxiety, but can also lead to future learning barriers. I therefore do not support Clause 2, which seeks to make school attendance compulsory from grade R and to criminalize parents who do not agree or oblige to this rule. This links up with Clause 37, which I also reject. Regulating homeschooling from an institutional perspective defies the opportunity to seek out the best for each child with regards to optimal learning. So I would like to share from my experience as a homeschool parent. When my eldest child did not thrive after entering a formal curriculum at age 7, I had his eyes tested and was told that the eye muscles were not working well together. We followed a vision therapy exercise program, but in the end were told that natural maturing plays an even more important role. My second child started reading fluently at age 5.5 without having been formally taught. She quickly progressed to reading advanced books and might have felt stuck if left stranded in a grade 1 class where teaching follows a structured form linked to grade-related goals. My third child, who leaned towards a kinesthetic learning style, had a much slower academic onset due to extensive sensory integration challenges. Though he only started reading at about age 9, now at age 14, his test results shows up 2 years above his peer average with regards to his comprehensive reading ability. Homeschool gave these children the opportunity to move forward at their own pace. In conclusion, I also reject Clause 41, where it seeks to extend the powers of the Minister to make regulations on various issues without prior consent of parents, and where failing to comply results in criminalization. I believe this to be a blaring red light for potential overgrab of power with no consequent protection in place for learners, parents, or even educators who might hereby lose their right to choose what is.
I'm here again. Halala. All right, let me get the tiny tot right at the back. Tiny tot at the back. Yes. But guys, there's only one tiny tot at the back. I'm gonna take you, young lady. You, yes. I'm gonna take you, ma'am. Yes. I'm gonna take. There was a young lady who was standing there. Where is she? Oh, yes, her. I'm gonna take you, ma'am. Yes. Yes. I know, feels like winning the lottery. I'm gonna take you, sir, with the shirt, pinstripe shirt. I don't know if he's striped with a jacket on, blue jacket. Yes. I'm gonna take. Okay, I'll take you. Um, Okay. I'm trying to see if I can take the little gentleman with the blue top. Yes, you. Blue top, blue top. Yeah. How many chairs do I have open? Okay, 2 chairs. It's gonna be a tough one. It's gonna be a very tough one. All right, lady with the glove. Sir with the glasses and the black jacket on, yes. No, not you. Yes. Are the chairs finished? All right. And your, wait for it. And your 3 minutes starts now.
Morning, Chair, and everyone else. My name is Riley, and I am 8. I reject the bill. I have been homeschooling my whole life. I have traveled a lot. On my travels, I have learned about history, tides, mountains, rivers, plants, animals, and much more. We now have a coffee shop. I now know how to use money and read prices. I can bake bread, make bread, bake, and sell things. My mom and dad know what to teach me. Thank you.
Part for me. I've been homeschooling my whole life. Okay, I'm going to request that those who are filing out, can we do so as quietly as possible without disrupting proceedings? And that when someone is on the platform, can we not interrupt with noise so that we give them an opportunity to be heard? The same one we are going to give you. I did not want to interrupt my tiny thought as she was speaking to ask for silence. You may proceed. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Good afternoon, honourable committee members and citizens. My name is Marlene van Rooyen. I own an alternative education centre. I am speaking on behalf of my learners and their parents. I reject the bill and specifically clause 27 and 37. Most learners at my centre cannot attend mainstream schooling for any of the following reasons: mental health issues and challenges, physical health issues and challenges, they're professional athletes, or no entrance into local high schools due to schools being at full capacity. Some of these learners cannot follow the national curriculum with the high demands that continuous assessment is placing on them. I offer the American GED and the Cambridge curriculum. My methodology is Montessori and eclectic approach. My learners flourish and confidently work towards creating a meaningful future and job for themselves, relieving the financial burden on the country in doing so. The parents are not able to homeschool their children, as they are single-income households or parents that must work full-time or parents without jobs. These parents are exercising their constitutional right to educate their children the best ways they see fit. I'm a qualified teacher and I affiliate with 3 schools in my community, various educational and other psychologists, as well as the family shelter, where I offer learning space for learners living in the shelter unable to get into mainstream schooling. To register my centre as an independent school is already very burdensome in that I cannot meet any of the requirements set out in the registration process that is primarily designed around mainstream schooling and the national curriculum. And on top of that, the costs are exuberant. The Bella Bill's emphasis on standardization, external oversight, and administrative requirements will place an even bigger financial strain on some of these parents already struggling to make ends meet. I am not aware of any research done on the benefits or impact of alternative education and vehemently reject a law that intends to restrict or even eliminate a different way of educating just because it's not understood. I am a tax-paying citizen that provides employment and do not ask or demand financial support from the WCED and government. What I am demanding is for government to work with us and support alternative education. I therefore propose that the authors of the bill go back to the drawing board, do proper research, consult with the people, do a proper socio-economic impact assessment study, and write a bill that provides for the thousands of new alternative forms of education in this glorious country. I thank you.
Good day, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. My name is Morgan Bethany Hendricks. I'm 16 years old and I've been home educated since I was of preschool age. I want to raise my own objections to the Bella Bill. In particular, as I read Clause 37 pertaining to home education, I asked one constant question: why? I honestly searched for a clear intention posed by lawmakers and found none, and this meant that there was far too much room for varying interpretations of the law, and much of this to the benefit of the lawmakers themselves and not in the best interest of the student. I was left feeling insecure and uncertain of the true nature of those who would be in charge of my and many other students' home education, students who are younger than I am, and students of the future in South Africa. It sounds as if it is no longer to be our parents who monitor and facilitate the learning, but the state. Clause 37 requires parents to register a request to homeschool a student, which immediately removes the right from parents to choose what kind of education their child receives. An inspector may then assess our home. And is this not an invasion of our privacy as a family? Respectfully, can the Department of Basic Education prove that they know what will be the best manner in which to educate us? This is something that I believe can and should be determined by our parents. Is there even a competent assessor that is familiar with what a homeschooling environment should look like? From what I've experienced, all homeschool settings and individual children within each family are different from each other. How can students who choose to homeschool actually benefit if we are also being measured against one curriculum, CAPS? The fact that we would have to adhere to a particular way of learning now defeats the purpose and eliminates the benefits of home education, which provide the optimum environment for the student to learn. Parents should be allowed to choose a curriculum that supports the child's unique needs. I could count and I could read by the time I was 5 years old, and everything was transformed into a natural learning experience. For primary school, my parents facilitated the eclectic approach to my learning. Throughout the process, the curriculum choices aligned with my interest in nature conservation, music, art, reading, writing, and subjects which allowed me to progress sufficiently, preparing me for the next level of education. For high school, I transitioned to Cambridge, and I'm currently writing IGCSE exams as an equivalent to grade 11. My social skills are broad. I thoroughly enjoy all interactions with people of all ages and backgrounds, and the proof is in the process. The proof that the success of home education is in the wonderful process that it is for me and many others, and we are continually seeing the benefits of home education. In conclusion, I'm asking that Clause 37 of the Bella Bill please be removed. This clause will prevent the homeschool community from doing school and education in the way that we have already been doing for the past 25 years. The attempt to regulate and incorporate home education in the Schools Act is essentially trying to provide a legal solution to an educational problem, which does not actually exist. What does exist are
Morning, Chair and others. My name is Amber May, and I'm 10, and I reject the bill. I have never gone to school. I know a lot of things that some children don't know because I have had the time to learn and travel. Grade 4 maths and grade 3 reading. I go to the beach to learn about the ocean. I went to the Knysna forest to learn about it. I don't sit around all day. All children don't have to do the same schoolwork. I want my children to be homeschooled. Just because I do a different way of schoolwork doesn't mean I have to stop it. Homeschooling isn't just doing schoolwork at home. Because I have been doing homeschooling, I have gotten so close to my siblings and my mom and dad. If I go to school, I wouldn't be able to learn in my own speed. I need time to process my schoolwork. Thank you for your time.
Sure. My name is Chantal Miles. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come and speak here this morning or this afternoon now. I think I oppose this bill on various grounds, but I'll only be able to elaborate a few. But I do want to share more of my testimony because the others in the room have really done such an excellent job at establishing constitutional grounds for why this shouldn't be going through. From my perspective, I'm a mother of 10 children. 4 are my own children, yeah, and 6 are foster children. The littlest Baba is 7, Aklama, and the eldest is 18. I have a mixed family with mixed needs. When the foster children came to live with me, they had already been in the school system. Social services did a wonderful job of noticing the need and being able to remove them from a dangerous situation. However, by the time we had access to them, the backlog and the gaps were so vast. We left them in the system because they are wards of state. I carried on homeschooling my own children parallel with the school curriculum of the foster children, and we tried to make one family of us as a mixed community within our home. It was very difficult. The ideologies and the learning methodologies were vastly different from what I was employing at home. The reading levels, the literacy levels, numeracy levels were not there, and I wasn't able to support them properly. They were reunified because that's the state's mandate primarily. That reunification failed miserably. In the time of their reunification, those children suffered severe abuse, not only from their parents, but from the school that they were in. When the little girl that is living with me now, she got 50 detentions in 1 year because her work wasn't signed. She didn't have parents to sign it. So when they came back to us just before COVID, we continued with CAPS, we continued with mainstream school, but it didn't meet their needs. And so my point is, the education reform can only happen when it really does have the child's needs at heart. It doesn't have to have the CAPS at heart or that it has to look a certain way. We have to try and meet the needs of the children. I'm not standing here in regalia. I'm standing here as a parent of children, my own and others, whom I deeply love and want to see flourish. The eldest of our foster children, when she came to me, had a 3-year backlog. 3 years. She's now going to graduate in her age with distinction because we were able to do alternative education. The last thing I would like to mention about the home visits, when we did register as was required, I was appalled at the lack of sensitivity. I submitted all documentation. The person coming to visit my house should have read the paperwork before they came. The children are traumatized by any kind of interaction with civil servants because they know there's something could happen bad to them. They know that. When this person came, he didn't know that we were home educating or why we were home educating. He didn't even ask to see our curriculum. He asked the children why they don't want to go to school and it's lots of fun at school. He said to them he can take them to school if they want to. They were petrified. I can't.
Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, my name is Dr. Eric Post and I reject the bill, especially Clause 37 and 41 and all that lies within. The Bill Clause 41 means the Minister of Education will be granted unlimited power over school-going children regarding education, especially in terms of their sexual identity, promoting transgender teaching, and their sexual education in the CSE, as well as the referral of pregnant students for abortions. It will open the door for the minister to enforce vaccinations, basically taking away parental consent in all of these matters, which is contradictory to standard medical consent practices as ruled by the Health Professional Council of South Africa. It will give the minister the authority to imprison any educator who opposes this. I reject this. CSE is teaching young children about sexual matters that don't and aren't even important to them under the guise that they can make an informed decision. This is inappropriate and it violates their innocence that can never be given back. By teaching them about sexual interactions across the full spectrum of options, way before they are of age, is promoting a pro-sex society. First, the DBE want to teach children to become sexually active, but not to fall pregnant, so then they promote contraceptive usage. If that fails and they fall pregnant, then the solution becomes abortion, essentially murdering the innocent unborn for a fault caused by an education system. How does this make sense? Getting children to question whether their God-given bodies were mistakenly the wrong ones and give them the option of mutilating their bodies to change them. Next to come will be to teach and groom children to tolerate pedophilic activity. Why does the South African government deem it necessary to progressively and forcefully expose and shape the sexual identity and education of South African children? This is based on an evil dictate by organizations outside of South Africa, such as Education International, UNICEF, WHO, and the UN. The South African DBE is willing to sell our South African children down the river to follow a nefarious ideology that isn't even part of the South African way of thinking. At our core, South Africans are God-fearing people. I'm stating this very clearly. We, as South African parents, have not once requested our DBE to indoctrinate our children in these matters. Never. I'll ask every one of you on this committee today to present my points and those of all the speakers honestly and clearly to Parliament. I trust that you can do this, and I thank you for your time and effort today.
Good afternoon, committee members and fellow citizens. I'm Angelique Buckton, and I oppose the bill, especially Clause 37. Education is not a system. The aim of education is not to turn children into assets of the state or to prepare them for the workforce. The aim of education is to nourish a soul in truth, beauty, and goodness. Just as the responsibility to nourish a child's body belongs to the parent, so does the responsibility for the nourishment of the child's soul. Education is the responsibility of the parents. They may choose to delegate the responsibility to other educators, but that is their free choice and should be protected, not regulated. Clause 37 of this bill disregards this fact and should therefore be rejected. Point 1 in the clause states that parents have to register with the department, and point 2 that the HOD has to approve the application. This is a confusion of roles. Parents shouldn't have to ask permission to educate their own children. They may allow the state to educate them if they so choose. Compulsory registration will place a huge administrative burden on the department. Evidence shows that it is struggling to bear it. In a recent survey of home education in the Northwest Province, conducted by Learn Free South Africa, 40% of those who attempted to register had not yet received an answer from the department a year after attempting to do so. Just as the state cannot dictate the grocery store where I shop to buy food for my children, it cannot dictate means and content of education to parents. Clause 37 will cause us to pay for compulsory assessment based on a curriculum that we do not follow or approve of. My husband and I choose to home educate because we want to give our children a classical education. This means that our education objectives are precisely not comparable to prescribed CAPs. Instead of the mastery of content and subject areas, we want our children to be trained in virtue in the classical learning skills of logic, rhetoric, grammar, research, reasoning, and debate. This will enable our children to master any content they may choose to study for the rest of their lives. CAPS enforcing assessors will not understand the objectives, and we will have to interrupt our program to accommodate what we oppose. the mere examination of regurgitated content. Home educators are not the enemy of the state. In fact, we relieve its burden. We should not be threatened with prison sentences for non-compliance to a bill that shows little understanding and consideration of home education as an educational alternative. I ask for research before regulation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. My name is Tertia Hendricks. I'm a qualified teacher, so I understand the challenges that public school teachers face, and so many parts of the bill are quite worrying. I'm also a parent in home education, and I'm here objecting to Clause 37 of the Bella Bill relating to home education. Registration with the Department of Basic Education amounts to much red tape and unnecessary delays and nullifies the choices that families in homeschooling have the constitutional right to make as an enthusiastic start to their children's schooling. I'm not here to throw stones, but please do not turn the starting blocks for home education into stumbling blocks. Secondly, graded tests and assessments are somewhat overemphasized and overrated. They do not reflect the richness in variety that home education really brings, as it prepares our children for the whole of life, not just for the next test. I am not here to throw stones, but please do not turn the stepping stones of our children's natural progress in home education into huge boulders. Thirdly, pre-registration home education site visits by officials are not in the best interests of the children. They also undermine the rights of parents and the role that is theirs to guide and assess their own children's progress. As a teacher, having worked in public schools and also privately as a support teacher in music, maths, and English, I salute parents who take on the challenging task of home education, as it is not the same as schooling at home. It reaches far beyond bookwork and assessment tests. Home education is an integration of learning into the lifestyle of the family. It is an integration of learning into the roles that each family member has throughout the process of teaching and learning together. There is no single assessment test that can accurately evaluate such learning. There is no report card that can reflect or symbolize such precious education. I'm not here to throw stones, but please do not crush the pillars of strength that parents are to their children as they participate daily and wholesomely in the process of home education. Fourthly, the freedom of choice of curriculum should remain the right of each family in home education, as opposed to being aligned with one curriculum as required by the state. Please do not take away the foundation on which families in home education build their values as expressed in their choice of curriculum suitable for each individual child. In conclusion, the terms of intent of the lawmakers are not made clear in the Bella Bill. How the suggested amendments will be implemented in home education and how they will affect families in home education is vague. It is for this reason that I am asking clearly for Clause 37 to be removed from the bill. As Forrest Gump, played by the actor Tom Hanks, would say, that's all I have to say about that.
Time's up.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members. My name is Liam Shaw. I am 12 years old and I am in my third year of home education. I started homeschooling at 9 years old in grade 4. I reject the Bella Bill, specifically Clause 37. I prefer to be taught by my mom at home because I have more time to learn about what interests me. I can also spend more time with my mom and brother. I found the CAPS maths curriculum I was doing in school more complicated and difficult than the one I'm currently doing. I can also learn from my creation worldview. Nobody knows me better than my parents. They love me and care for me, but the DBE doesn't care about me. What right does a stranger have to come and check what we are doing? It is my mom and dad, not the DBE or any official or assessor that knows or cares about what is in my best interests. So it is their responsibility to do what is best for me, not the state's. Your consideration is appreciated.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair, members, parents and fellow children. My name is Joy Madrick. I'm 15. I reject the bill. It was not my parents who convinced me, but the bill itself. First of all, I want to approach the clause which states that children from the age of 12 in school can abort without their parents' consent. Parents influence their children and deserve respect. They deserve to be told about everything in their child's life. If you don't teach this generation to listen and obey their parents, how do you expect them to listen and obey the government? Yes, the government is the head of the country, but for a child at the age of 12 or even 15, they don't really think about what is happening outside their circle of influence. If you encourage a child to disregard their first authority, how do you ever expect them to regard the government in the future? Another clause which I would like to approach is the one allowing a person from the head of department to come and, after spending a bit of time with and around a child, decides if they must go to school or not. They have never met that child before, and perhaps that child is having a bad day. Maybe that child is a whiz at maths, and at the same time can't tell a B from a D, and yet has to keep up with others in their grade, or wait for them to catch up. Everyone should be allowed to learn at their own pace, and be different. Different is a word everyone is afraid of, but it is what makes the community and a nation. Now to reach my last point. I happen to know that in South Africa's constitution, section 28 states that of the constitution is entrenched the right of children, that the best interests of the child be of paramount importance when directing matters in the child's effect. That the child is affected. Now one must agree that some children must go to school, some must school at home, and others must follow a whole different curriculum altogether. That is in their best interests. Now I wouldn't know that this was in the Constitution if we weren't homeschooled and brought up the way we were. If we were brought up differently, my brother wouldn't have read the Constitution at all, and I wouldn't have over 20 poetry books in my cupboard or learned what I have in these few years of my life. We wouldn't have been able to travel and see so much of the country and learn so much about it. I also wouldn't have been able to manage in school because until the age of 12, I wouldn't go anywhere without my mom. Now that I have been able to find my feet, mom can hardly keep me at home. I also wouldn't have been able to read what I have read, seen what I've seen, or been able to begin to learn 5 languages at once. Some children are quite happy at school, while others can't survive in it. Of course, I have already aged out of the system, but I have younger siblings who haven't, and would like to choose for my future children the best education for them. For these reasons, I ask that you reconsider, think about us children, this next generation, and the nation which you lead. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Jacques Bernardi and I'm from AfriForum, the civil rights organization. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, on behalf of AfriForum's branches in the Western Cape, comprising about 50,000 actively contributing individuals, we request that the bill be scrapped entirely. In brief, our reasons are: first, the bill provides for greater centralization of power in the hands of the state, which is undemocratic and not in keeping with the spirit of the existing Schools Act. School communities should have the right to have the final say about issues such as their admissions and language policies. School communities, as represented by school governing bodies, understand the needs of communities far better than the provincial officials. For the same reason, we are opposed to the twinning of schools. Schools should cooperate to improve the quality of South African education in general, but for such cooperation to succeed, it should be a flexible and voluntary process. Third, the current bill will serve to increase English medium education in the country at the cost of mother language tuition in the other official languages, including Afrikaans, the home language of most of our members. It will also create the danger of filling schools beyond capacity, endangering the quality of education provided to the detriment of staff and learners. The Gauteng Education Department is infamous for not providing sufficient infrastructure and therefore cannot be left in charge of admissions, which can be manipulated to hide its failings. Fourth, we are also of the view that the generalized approach proposed by several other provisions of the bill, such as those dealing with the disclosure of financial interest of school governing bodies, the procurement of learning material, or sales on school premises, create the same risk of micromanaging school governing bodies, whereas the existing avenues by means of which the misconduct of staff, members of school governing bodies, and learners are addressed should rather be streamlined and applied. Fifth, several provisions in the bill are not in line with the Constitution, existing legislation, and ruling of the Constitutional Court. This creates the risk that the department will become embroiled in legal action when organizations or members of the public take up these issues in court and consequently waste taxpayer money. Finally, the bill does not make sufficient provision for the dynamically evolving field of online tuition. Thank you for your time.
I'm coming to this side. I'm not sure if there are people I'm not seeing along the wall. Is it empty? All right. I'm going to start with you, ma'am. With you, sir. You, young lady. Number 3. Number 4, yes. Number 5, yes. The gentleman along the wall, number 5. Is it maroon or? Yeah, number 6. Number 7. Yes? Yeah. All right. It seems I have how many chairs are there? 4 chairs. Is it not 3? Oh, 4. All right. I'll take the last 4 hands here. So it's gonna be you, ma'am. You, sir. Yes. It's gonna be you, ma'am. And you. Yes. Yes. You've just won the lottery. Yes. Okay. For the record, that was our last round of hands. After this, we'll close the session officially. All right. Hang on. And your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Honourable Chair, honourable members and members of the public. I want to express my strong opposition to certain clauses within the Bella Bill. I reject Clause 37, Clause 6, Clause 4, Clause 8, Clause 41, number 61, but I am going to solely speak on Clause 37. I completely support every parent that has spoken already on the homeschool side. I'm not going to repeat any of that. I would, however, like to address certain concerns and make certain recommendations. Considering the concerns that most of the home educators have spoken, I urge you to consider the positive suggestions below and ensure that the Bella Bill upholds the rights of parents and children while promoting a diverse and inclusive educational landscape. Allow homeschooling from grade R, providing subsidies to support families in their educational endeavours. Safeguard the freedom of curriculum and assessment choice for homeschoolers and small community schools, acknowledging the varying needs and approaches within the educational spectrum. Encourage the formation of cooperative homeschooling communities, fostering collaboration and sharing of resources among parents and learners. This approach not only addresses the issues of school closures, but also opens up employment opportunities for qualified educators within these communities, creating a positive socio-economic impact. It is crucial to consider the socio-economic and geographical challenges faced by many South African families. The closure of public schools, recently 900, coupled with the long-distance limited accessibility of schools in rural areas, exacerbates the difficulties faced by parents in obtaining quality education for our children. Moreover, the financial constraints experienced by a significant portion of the population make it even more imperative to support alternative education options such as homeschooling and small community-based schools. In conclusion, I respectfully urge you to reconsider the clauses within the Bella Bill that constricts the constitutional rights of parents and children. Let us work together to promote educational freedom and create a supportive environment for homeschooling, small community-based schools based on the homeschooling system. By doing so, we can provide the way for a more inclusive, innovative, and thriving educational system in South Africa. I understand that South Africa needs to monitor and determine management of the homeschool systems, but practicing autocratic control via Clause 37 without proper research does not support the constitutional democracy. Please take hands with the Pestalozzi Trust to set up the proper systems. Until then, please remove Clause 37 from the Bella Bill. I thank you.
No, thank you very much. Before we allow you, can I just address one thing? When speakers are on the podium, can we please respect them? The chitty-chatting that goes around, sometimes some of them, they over-drown the speaker on the table. So let's say on the platform. So let's respect them. There's a young lady now. I hope we're not going even to say hello to each other. Let's just listen to the child. Thank you very much. Speak number 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ikona Patwana. I'm 11 years old. I support the bill because our parents are working. They don't get time to teach us at home. And I love public school so much. Through basic education, I can become a doctor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Neil Madrick. I'm the father of 7 children who have been home educated. Thank you for the opportunity you've given me to have a voice in the matter of the Bella Bill. It is appreciated. I reject the Bella Bill in its current form, and in particular Clause 37. There are many, many topics mentioned in the bill that I do not agree with, but due to time constraints, I will only focus on one topic. If the Bella Bill in its current form was adopted into legislation, the Department of Education would require an assessor to visit our home to assess the work of my children are doing. This work would be assessed according to the national curriculum used in schools, which at the moment is the CAPS curriculum. Our philosophy of education in our home not only includes academics and reading many quality books, but it also includes learning from life. This works for our family. The curriculum we use changes with changing seasons in life, but always with the aim of the child learning. Much of the learning comes from the many travels and road trips we embark on, and this learning is often not planned, but happens as learning opportunities present themselves. Okay, let me give you a case in point. When my eldest son was 5 years old, he became obsessed with birds. He learned the names of various countries from discovering the migration patterns of birds. My younger son, on the other hand, learned the names and flags of the countries of the world during the Soccer World Cup of 2010. At the time, he was 4 years old. My eldest son, the birder, is now 20 years old and is passionate about birding and leads children's groups in birding expeditions. Whereas my youngest son, who's now 16, has a passion for international relations and politics. My point being that the same information about countries of the world was learned from 2 different sources for 2 different individuals, and that the learning has resulted in 2 different passions. An assessor will never be able to determine how learning has happened, and would also, from one simple house visit, not be able to determine the vast amount of knowledge these two individuals have of the countries of the world. And that's just one example. Comparing the CAPS curriculum to the one we use, especially in terms of the way we do school and the philosophy we use, is meaningless and without purpose. It is comparing apples and pears. Not only this, the costs involved in paying for assessors would not allow us as a family to continue educating as we have been. It would stifle learning. Visits by an assessor would also violate our family privacy. In light of what I have outlined, I would ask that the Department of Education reconsider what has been drafted in the Bella Bill. Thank you.
Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, my name is Lily Grace and I reject the Bella Bill, specifically Clause 37. I have been homeschooling my whole life. Over the years, I have learned so much and done many things too. My family travel a lot and we often have learning experiences along the way. We have visited many different places and collected pamphlets containing maps and information about the places we have been. We look up information on the places and things we go past. Recently, we went to Knysna Forest. We looked up about the woodcutters and about the elephants. We read circles in the forest. We studied the wildlife and witnessed some of it ourselves, a genet, monkeys, and even a large puff adder. We experienced what it was like to sleep in the forest, and we kept a journal of our holiday. We also stayed on a vlei where we learnt about the tides. We went past Stilbaai and looked at the old strandlooper fish traps there. This holiday contained history, nature study, geography, and English writing. What better way to learn than to be in it all yourself? If I was sent to school, I would feel trapped after my free life of learning on the road. Now back to Clause 37. The government is wanting to send someone to our homes to decide what is the best choice for us. There are 6 children in our family, including my twin sister, and we are all incredibly close. Most schools split twins at a young age. This would have been very stressful for us. Now, would a person visiting our house for only a few minutes be able to tell all of that from a few exchanged words? Would you be able to tell from all of that? And were you able to tell from all I have told you that I have wanted to be a goat farmer my whole life? That this has been my dream since I was 4. I'm now 15 and I still want goats. I have learnt about how to raise goats and their diseases. I have helped out at goat farms where I have learnt about goat farming and cheese making. I have enjoyed my last 15 years of learning through real-life experiences and passions. I cannot imagine learning any other way. Please consider the things I have said and the many more children like me. I thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Lawrence Richard McKellar. I'm a father and a homeschooling parent. We didn't choose particularly to become homeschooling parents. A sequence of events, including some medical conditions, led us to take on homeschooling. I'm going to be quite specific. Firstly, I reject the Bella Bill, especially Clause 37. The points that I'm going to make are, firstly, insufficient evidence of research into the benefits of homeschooling. Secondly, the severe penalties. A love-based model of the world is based on encouragement and support, not punitive punishment. Thirdly, unrestricted and unlimited rights of a single human being, the minister, to make changes to the law that is simply unconstitutional. Finally, I'd like to make a spiritual call. There are 3 spiritual principles involved here: honesty, open-mindedness, and willingness. The question is this: is the Department of Education honestly seeking to know if homeschooling is good for our children? Secondly, are they truly open-minded to the possibilities that homeschooling offer to improve our education solutions? And thirdly, are they willing to help our homeschooling community to become successful? Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Okay,
Sorry. Honourable Chair and honourable members, my name is Joanne and I reject the Bella Bill, specifically clause 37. I stand before you today not as a remedial or a drama teacher, cottage school owner or curriculum creator, all of which I could claim to be. Today I stand before you as a mom of 7 children. To be honest, I never wanted to homeschool. I thought homeschoolers were arrogant and weird. I could not understand how an untrained parent could possibly teach their child. That was until our son was born. We had intended to send all our children to school. Then my 2-year-old taught himself to read. Suddenly, nothing was normal anymore. By 5, he was reading encyclopedias. I called the grade 1 schools to see what to do with him, and they all said the same thing. He needs to wait for everyone to catch up. By 7, he had read the Newman's Bird Book, was volunteering at a bird of prey sanctuary and teaching others what he knew. By the time he was 16, he was busy writing a symphony. Every 18 months, I phoned the schools, and every time they said to me the same thing: he needs to wait for others to catch up. How can that possibly be in my child's best interest? Another child of ours didn't read until they were 9 years old. They would have failed at school, yet by grade 10, they have caught up and excelled in all their reading. If a child by 2 isn't using a certain number of words, do we say they failed being 2? No, we simply give them time to learn and grow. Why, when they turn 6, do we suddenly introduce standardized testing? Both these children of ours thrived working at their own pace. Just to reinforce, I never chose to homeschool. It was my only option, as CAP standardized assessment would either have capped or failed my children. So I threw myself into researching and studying home education. I studied methodologies and philosophies and found out what worked for our families. I wrote curriculums when I couldn't find what I needed. For 20 years, this has been what I have given my life to. The Bella Bill, Clause 37, has been written directly for homeschoolers, directing on how we should educate our children. Can I ask how long the people drafting the bill have spent researching homeschooling? Not just the stats of the curriculum, but actually on the ground with the families in their homes, researching it. I do hear your concern about how to assess and manage the different methods and ways of education, and therefore wanting assessments to see that we are on par. But these are expensive and don't align with the content and the philosophies we are using. However, if the government were to engage long-standing homeschoolers who are proficient in their methods of education, such as Montessori, Waldorf, Charlotte Mason, and such, you'll find people who know how to assess children and keep a record of learning. You'll need to accept that these may be alternative ways, such as videos, blogs, narrations, but we all have a record of our children's learning. The government could then employ teams that understand these different philosophies and methods on how to assess children and show proof of learning. The beauty of this is that because these professionals have an intrinsic understanding and love for their methodologies, they will not only accurately assess a child, but they'll be able to support and guide the family that is homeschooling. No, I never chose to homeschool. It chose us, and I will be forever grateful for that.
My name is Anne-Marie Gommans, and I reject the Bella Bill, specifically 37 and 41 sections, but also because it leads the way to suppress innovation in education. I am African. I love South Africa and the diversity of all its peoples. I especially have a heart for the poor and the marginalized. On the 10th of May, 1994, I had voted for ANC. Mandela gave his inauguration speech while the South Africans celebrated their new rainbow nation. The world looked on in awe and wonder as Mandela spoke of reconciliation instead of retaliation, as he began leading a country that was bleeding from so many wounds of division. As South Africans, we look forward to living in a country where each individual would be afforded dignity and no one be discriminated against on grounds of race, religion, political opinion, and gender. And the elderly and the children were treated with respect in the true African way. I would like to quote Mandela: "The power of education extends beyond the development of skills we need for economic success. It can contribute to a nation building and reconciliation." Education had to be reformed, and in 1999, our family discerned, together with a number of other families, to home educate our children. It was a very frightening prospect. We weren't doing this just for our own children. We decided to do it for our country because we needed to find a new way. Listen, take heed to all that has been said at these meetings. These homeschoolers have found ways of educating children. The parents don't have to have doctorates. They don't even have to have a matric. I have mentored people who only have junior school education. They have learned alongside their children and gained their matrics. I have a friend who has just gained his matric at the end of last year at the age of 45. My sister-in-law, she got her matric while homeschooling 2 of her children. She also saved the lives of 2 of her nephews who had been who had been lost through the schooling system. They were both supposedly dyslexic and ADHD. They could not read, they could not write. She taught them in 1 year.
Time's up.
Good day, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. My name is Trudy Pinar and I strongly oppose the bill. I'm a Christian in faith, the mother of 5 children whom we homeschooled for 20 years. Our children are excelling in tertiary studies and did not need any bridging course after matric. I wish to comment, as many others already did, on Section 37 of the bill. This approach seems to deter parents from homeschooling by requiring permission, prescribing curriculum, requiring regular assessments, invasion of privacy by home visits, severe penalties, and giving the minister a blank check to make future changes as she or he sees fit. All these conflict with Article 26 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which states, parents have a prior right to choose the kind of education that shall be given to their children, unquote. The bill will empower the state to exceed the limits of its authority and responsibility and to meddle in an inappropriate and unwelcome manner in family life. A recent international study, the Progress in International Reading Literacy study, have shown that 81% of grade 4 learners in public schools show a lack of reading comprehension. This is up from the 78% in the same study done in 2016. Reading with comprehension is one of the basic goals of schooling besides writing and arithmetic. It is clear from these kinds of studies that the current school system and curriculum is failing the children of South Africa. So why use a law to force more children into this system? Or is there an alternative motive, perhaps driven by a socialist worldview which hates the God-ordained concept of a family, which consists of a mother and father who are primarily responsible for their children? On the subject of selling alcohol from a school premises, Section 8 applies. Although we understand the need of a school to generate additional income, we support this effort. This cannot override the fact that learners must be shielded from alcohol abuse, something which is rife in our communities today. For the sake of positive role modeling, teaching staff, governing body members, and support staff members should not be seen to be directly involved in the sale and/or consumption of alcohol during school-organized school social events on school premises. Teachers should be role models and prepare learners to be accountable citizens and not be a stumbling block to little ones. Never before in South African history has proposed changes in a bill received so much opposition from the general public as we have seen today, this afternoon as well. It will be a very sad day if the government will fail to respond to the voice of the people. Thank you.
Goeiemiddag, edelachtbares. Ek is Barend Liebenberg. Vreeslik baie dankie vir die voorreg om my standpunt te kan stel. Ek is teen die Bellable, al klousule 37. Ek is 'n ouer van 3 hoërskoolkinders. Ek en my vrou het ons kinders van kleins homeschooling gegee. En kan die staat dieselfde liefde en beskerming gee as wat 'n ouer vir sy kind kan gee? Toe my kinders klein was, het ons nie geld gehad om my kinders in die skool te sit nie. Ons het onder die broodlyn geleef. Maar ons kon daarom hulpbronne kry van die internet, goeie hulpbronne en die kinders ordentlike tuisonderrig gegee het. En my vraag is, hoe baie onskuldige kinders se lewens word emosioneel verwoes deur sinnelose verwerping by skole omdat hulle arm is. Baie groei op as volwassenes met 'n gekrenkte gees wat dalk nie uitdagings met 'n gesonde menswaardigheid kan oorkom nie, wat nie hulle volle potensiaal bereik nie. So verloor ons land baie mense wat dokters of dalk ingenieurs kon gewees het. Opvoeding is nie 'n duplisering soos 'n robot nie. Dit is 'n lewenstyl. Ek en my vrou het ons besigheid tuis bestuur en so kan ons kinders ons modelleer. Hulle sien die teorie in praktyk. Hulle sien hoe projekte beplan word, projekte uitgevoer word en suksesvol afgehandel word. So my kinders word groot in 'n veilige, liefdevolle omgewing van leer en implementering. Vandag is hulle gemotiveerd, gebalanseerd en passievol met hulle talente. My laaste punt, daar is hopeloos te min skole om al die homeschoolers in die skole te sit. Ook te min finansies. So dit sal lei, of oorvol skole sal lei tot spanning, geweld en 'n uitgeputte staatskas en meer armoede. Ek vra met groot ontzag dat jy hierdie punte sal konsidereer. Baie dankie vir die geleentheid.
Chair, thank you very much for this opportunity so that I can also make my point. My name is Barend Liebenberg, and I am the parent of 3 high school children. My wife and myself have homeschooled these children at home. I reject the bellable, especially clause 37. It is the parent's right to be able to choose what type of education their children might receive, just as it is their right to choose the freedom of religion. Can the state provide the same type of love a parent can give a child? When my children was little, we lived under the breadline. We did not have money to put the children through school, but we could actually give them an education that was free online. How many vulnerable and innocent children's lives are being emotionally catastrophically wasted, disrupted by absolutely not going through school systems just because they are so poor not to be able to afford it. Many adults actually feel that they cannot overcome the demands of life, and then they can't reach their full potential. Then thus, these people, these children, leave our country, and we are losing out on doctors and engineers that could have been educated through our school system. Education is not something like a robot that you can duplicate on each and every individual. It is a lifestyle. My wife and I run our own business from home, so we could actually model our children. They see theory in practice. They and us plan our projects. We strive together to be successful. They thrive in this absolutely loving atmosphere at home. This environment nurtures them. Today, they are also motivated, they're balanced, and they are passionate about all their talents. Secondly, I just want to say there are so far too many schools that are just being closed unnecessarily. The system is overloaded, and that just shows that we should accommodate homeschoolers. When the school is overfull, there's not enough space for learners. This can lead to stress, violence, and absolutely no money in the state's coffers. That leads again to poverty. I also reject the clause that, as I said before, just outright closes schools. I was at a little farm school where there were about 4 children per form or grade were to receive tuition. We received so much personal attention, far more than most children of my age. In actual fact, it is much more healthy and it's much more human to receive such personal attention as to be just another number in a state system. Thank you so much for considering my input. Yours, Barend Liebenberg.
Okay. Good afternoon, honourable members, ladies and gentlemen, and children. And I'm so grateful that the deaf are able to participate in these hearings. So I thank you, sign language interpreters. I know how exhausting it can be. My name is Lynn Robinson. I'm a homeschooling mother of 9 years, and I firmly reject clause 37 and 41 of the Bella Bill. The main principle I want to talk about is one that applies to each and every person in this room, because we are all designed in the same way. And this is the principle of personal freedom. The clauses above are unconstitutional, tyrannical, and a violation of the human right we all need as humans to this powerful thing called freedom. Here is a question for you, friends. Listen closely and echo the answer in your own hearts. What is personal freedom within the law? Let's start by saying what personal freedom is not. It is not confinement. It is not suppression or oppression. It is not overregulation and control where it is not due. These things are thoroughly bad. These things made South Africans suffer under the apartheid regime, which we all hate. If freedom within the law is the opposite of all these bad things, then surely it is something good for government to uphold and encourage in its citizens. Hundreds of thousands of homeschooling parents in this country who have the freedom to make decisions on how to teach and love their children are growing them into well-educated, well-grounded, engaged, compassionate, thinking, and significantly contributing members of society. Before you think that homeschooling children are white, privileged, and unengaged in the South African problem of poverty, illiteracy, severely disadvantaged communities and schools, know this. Homeschooling children all over South Africa are free to regularly, actively engage with NGOs and NPOs, filling gaps in places that government departments are not. Homeschool children are free to go during their own school mornings in between academic lessons into disadvantaged schools to sit and do paired reading with children who cannot read alone, bringing literacy to places that government is not. Homeschooling children are free to actively serve the poor and hungry and in community food kitchens, loving and feeding poor people in places where governments are not. Homeschooling children are free to be actively involved in researching and setting up and stocking new schools in townships with books, excellent curriculum, and computer supplies where governments are.
Good afternoon all. My name is Laura Thompson. I am a homeschooling mom of 2, and I reject the Bella Bill, especially clause number 37. I became a homeschooling mom as my oldest child struggles with anxiety. Pre-primary school was stressful for him to the extent that he would have anxiety attacks. He enjoyed school, but there were many activities that he was unable to participate in. His teachers were therefore unable to complete their assessment of him. They did not think that he would function well in a traditional primary schooling environment. As a homeschooling mother, I work with my children every day. I have an excellent understanding of what they know and what they do not. I totally reject the demand of the billable for regular assessments. Homeschooling is not trying to bring prescribed regular schooling into the home. It is about providing subject matter that is relevant and interesting to children. This often happens spontaneously. For example, a friend at the library suggested we read the book about Helen Keller. She was blind and deaf, yet learned to speak. Through this book, we learned about disabilities, disease, history, geography, and women's voting rights. My children were delighted to find Braille on our electricity meter and Panado box. They learned the alphabet and sign language and used it to practice their spelling words. How would an assessor who is not familiar with different homeschooling styles assess this learning? Would it not count as learning, as it is not part of the CAP syllabus for the grade that my children are in? Should I have discouraged my children from learning about Helen Keller, as it is not CAPS aligned? My children have the constitutional right to an education. It is my job as their mother to provide them with the best education that I can. Homeschooling is the best education I can provide. If you would like proof that I am educating my children, I will happily provide it, but I refuse to be told what I should teach my children or have them take assessments that would not be a true reflection of what they have learned. Thank you for your time, and I wish you a good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to thank everyone for coming, for making the time to get your voices heard, to submitting your views on the Basic Education Laws Amendment Bill. This is one of the major pillars of our constitutional democracy, to have the public participate in the process of lawmaking. And your views are taken seriously by Parliament, and this is what South Africa is about. And I want to also thank the team for being with us. I know some of the team members have been here since very early in the morning. Those who are outside, who've been handling registration, we appreciate the work that you do. We'll give you a round of applause. And I would also like to appreciate members of the Portfolio Committee who sit traveling long distances for many hours. It's a strenuous job. We had to drive 4 hours to get here. And so the public representatives in front of you are really dedicated. We've done 7 provinces. This is the 7th province. We are left with 1 meeting tomorrow. In Gugulethu, we are left with 2 more provinces. But we have hung in there. We've supported each other, scratched, shouted, differed, hugged. We've done it all throughout the process. But thank you very much, Portfolio Committee members. Thank you very much, Slalo. I would like to appreciate the chair because she gives us the opportunity to chair these meetings, even in her presence. It's her role, by the way. She just delegates it to us. Thank you very much, Slalo. You can give us all a round of applause. On that note, this meeting is officially closed. Travel safe. May God be with you all.